Lee Harvey was a friend of mine. I was born in Dallas in 1952. Lee Harvey moved across the street on Beckley Avenue. He used to throw the ball to me when I was just a kid. They say he shot the president. I don't think he did. And Lee Harvey was a friend of mine. He used to take me fishing all the time. He used to throw the ball to me when I was just a kid. They say he shot the president. I don't think he did. I seen that picture of him with pamphlets and a gun. The shadows are pointing every which way, but there's only just one sun. Someone faked that photo and snuck away and hid. They say he shot the president. I don't think he did. And Lee Harvey was a friend of mine. He used to take me fishing all the time. He used to throw the ball to me when I was just a kid. They say he shot the president. I don't think he did. Seen it all on TV. Lee Harvey got gunned down, murdered by Jack Ruby, the biggest sleaze in town. He stuck that gun into his ribs and said, "Here's looking at you, kid." Ruby killed Lee Harvey. TV proved he did.
And Lee Harvey was a friend of mine.
A very good friend.
He used to take me fishing all the time.
That's right, he did.
He used to throw the ball to me when I was just a kid.
They say he shot the president. I don't think he did.
Mr. President, up here! I voted for you! Wait a minute. That guy on the grassy knoll's got a gun. He's gonna shoot the president. Holy smokes, I've got to do something. All right, Lee, time to become an American hero.
Hello?
Hello?
Jackie,
Mr. President?
I love you.
Aren't you sweet? Where are you?
You just skipped away from this town. I ought to have had you arrested.
But I was so mad at myself.
Yeah, well, you ought to be mad. You almost made me mad at you leaving without coming by and hugging me and telling me goodbye.
Yeah, but did you get my note?
Yes, I did. And
I talked to Ladybird. I felt so stupid.
well, I miss you, and I'm thinking of you, and I know your Christmas won't be what it ought to be, but I wish that I could make it happier.
Oh, well, you're so nice. And you know something? Lucy Baines was so sweet when she brought those presents over.
Well,
She just rode that fire engine around for 2 hours. Broke all the Harriman furniture.
Well, you're mighty sweet. I appreciate my book so much. Here's a little girl who wants to tell you hello.
Oh, great.
Jackie?
Oh, Ladybird?
Yes.
How are you?
Oh, Oh, knee deep in all sorts of decisions and unpacking and things, and the recalcitrant Congress and so forth. But also ready to go home and see kinfolks and sit by the fire and tell tales.
And when you go home, when?
Well, we were going home tomorrow night at immediately after lighting the Christmas tree, but now it's uncertain.
I see. Oh,
Since
poor Lady Bird, with everything else you have, you just hit that place at Christmas time, too.
just in front of Mr. Earhart. I hope that you have, well, that the children are gay and happy, and that the weather's beautiful, and that you get some rest.
Oh, you're so nice, Lady Bird. You're so thoughtful to think of me. And I know you've been calling Jane Reitzman, and you're just so sweet it makes me cry.
Not at all. I've just got to get to work and learn a lot. Lyndon wants to say another word, and lots of love to you.
Oh, same to you, and my love to all your family.
When I got ready to go to home for my Christmas, the Congress just said they'd spank me and hit me right in the face and wouldn't let me go. And that's the way I want to do you next time if you don't tell me goodbye.
Oh, listen, as soon as you get back, I'll come and get a vitamin B shot from Dr. Travell.
Won't you do that? Won't you do that?
Yeah.
Thank you, honey. Merry Christmas, and give my little girl a hug for me.
I will.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, you ready for the context of that recording that they didn't give you? It's a month after Jackie Kennedy had her husband's brains blown out right in front of her, like inches from her face. Like just a month ago that happened. And these people who are in on it are calling her up on Christmas. And the thing that you didn't see is he's doing that in front of a whole press corps of White House press people who are there for the White House Christmas party. So that's all in front of these press people. And Lyndon Johnson's whipping Jumbo out. I wanna fuck you, Jackie. I'm gonna bend you over the table and spank you. These people are gross. Scandalous. Anyway, how are you all doing? You know who's not scandalous? You know who's not degenerate? You people. You fine folks. If you are in the Christmas spirit, if you're in the giving spirit, then you can head on over to buymeacoffee.com/mooseheaven. If you like this content, then a donation over there helps support streams like these. If you have questions, I can answer them over there. If you drop a coffee, you can be cool like Jaw411, who bought 3 coffees over there and said, "Great show, Spirit." He's talking about last show, but we're gonna have a great show tonight too. Welcome. If you didn't know, from the title, from the atmosphere, this is the MooseHeaven Christmas special. That's right. For you see, I have a Christmas tale to tell you. Allow me to take a sip of my drink while the music resets. So there I was, not but an hour ago. while I pondered weak and weary over many tomes of forgotten lore. When all of a sudden to my shudder there came a flutter, a rapping, a tapping from my chamber door, and what to my surprise was an apparition. Glowing ghostly green and white, he came in with these bandages wrapped around his head to hold his fucking head together, carrying chains, rattling them. Ooh. I said no. You are but a figment of my imagination brought on by too much alcohol. Surely this cannot be. If you stand before me, then name thyself. Who are you? Who are you? And the ghostly apparition did say, in life, I was here, your president. No way! The ghost of John Kennedy. Why do you have all these chains? I forged these chains in life, link by link, yard by yard. Whoa! This one says the Cuban Missile Crisis. And this one says nuclear testing at Dimona. And this one says firing Allen Dulles. Where's the one about you shutting down the Federal Reserve? That's a boomer conspiracy theory, and you shouldn't pay it any mind. Whoa, good to know. So, what brings you here? And the apparition did say, I'm here to teach you a lesson. Tonight, you will be visited by three spooks. Don't you mean ghosts? No, I mean spooks. The spook of conspiracies past. The spook of conspiracies present. And finally, the spook of conspiracies yet to come. Whoa, that last one sounds really interesting. Like, people should stick around and watch till the end to see that. But Mr. President, why are we here? What can we learn? Why? I must be going. Alexander the Great and I are gonna show Cleopatra the Eiffel Tower, if you know what I mean. I do, and that's awesome. Wow. I can't believe that happened. Merry Christmas, everyone. If we're gonna solve this Kennedy thing once and for all, we're gonna be visited by three spooks. Now I know what you're saying, but Spirit, I'm familiar with the conspiracy involving JFK. I know about the Badge Man. I want to tell you a different tale, because that's how we do on MooseHeaven. If you saw the episode on JD Tippett, I'm gonna pick up exactly where we left off. So, if I reference that episode, you're gonna have to just watch that one. Because there's a lot to unpack. It's assassinating a president. There's a lot of players, a lot of moving pieces, and we're going to unravel it. But we've got to go step by step, wibbly wobbly, timey wimey. I think we've got to meet our first spook. We got to go back to the past. Our past, your past, my past. Old MooseHeavens. Who am I talking about? Who is the first spook of conspiracies past? Why? It's Lee Harvey Oswald. Who else? Because we have to go back to where we started from, where we left off. JD Tippett has been shot. Now, here's the important thing that you need to understand. Everyone needs to understand. If you are looking into Kennedy stuff, Oswald is tied to the Kennedy assassination, tied to killing Kennedy through JD Tippett. Can't stress that enough. See that episode to understand that whole aspect of it. So, we have to understand, who is this guy, Oswald? He supposedly killed a police officer. He supposedly killed the president. Who is Lee Harvey Oswald? Spoiler, he's not who you think he is, and I'm not even talking about the Russia CIA stuff. He's not who you think he is. We're gonna talk about why does he look so kind of similar, kind of not in so many pictures. Questions. Such a mysterious figure. A mystery wrapped in an enigma, wrapped in a rabid left-wing radical communist. Right? Or not? I don't know. We're gonna find out. Who is this guy? Well, if you watched the stream on JD Tippett, you'll know. Oswald is brought in for the murder of a police officer. As you will see, that's what he's charged with. He's charged with murdering JD Tippett. Okay? This is an important thing to understand. Now, let's do a brief reintroduction to the evidence that they have to pin the murder of this police officer on Oswald. Well, what do we have? Well, we know that Oswald, when he left the school book depository, he left a dark jacket on the windowsill. We know that. And then we also know that when he came back to his rooming house, he got another jacket, which was a dark color. And then that jacket turned into a light jacket. and they found it under a car because you can't keep a jacket on Lee Harvey Oswald. Case closed. He killed that cop. Right? Oh, we're gonna get into multiple Lee Harvey Oswalds. But first, let's go back. This is the spook of conspiracies past. After all, we have to go back to the past. We have to see it from the eyes of those who were there. What happened? A police officer's just been shot. Somebody runs into a theater, maybe two people, maybe somebody's in the balcony, maybe they're in the back. Again, see that last episode for all of that. But what happened? We've got Officer Paul Bentley on the scene to tell us he's just fresh from arresting Oswald, and he's here to tell us exactly what happened. Now, important thing I want to tell you and keep in mind when we are studying psyops and conspiracy, oftentimes you want to rely upon the most first-hand accounts of things coming in, because after first-hand, right, things start to change, right? So let's see what the first-hand account of Officer Paul Bentley is.
You have an interview with Officer Paul Benton, who assisted in the capture of Lee Oswald in the Texas theater, which occurred about an hour and a half after President Kennedy was shot.
Detective Bentley, could you tell us your part in the apprehension?
Yes, sir. I was out on the 10th Street address where Patrolman J.D. Tippett had been shot, and we received the information that the suspect had just entered the Texas theater. Captain Talbert of the Radio Patrol and myself went to the Texas theater, and Captain Talbert let me out to go in the front while he covered the rear of the theater. On entering the theater, I went to the balcony where I was told that this suspect had gone to.
Again, we got an Oswald in the balcony. We got an Oswald in the back of the first floor. See the last episode.
Assisting me up there were several uniformed officers, and I advised them to search the people in the balcony, and I proceeded to go down to the lower floor. Just as I got to the back of the theater, I noticed the scuffling that was going on between Patrolman McDonald and this suspect. At the time I encountered the suspect, of course, he was resisting and fighting and scuffling with Patrolman McDonald, and of course, scuffling with the rest of us. He was subdued and handcuffed, and was making several remarks as we removed him from the theater out to the squad waiting to transport him down to Homicide and Robbery Bureau. I accompanied the officers to Homicide and Robbery Bureau in the squad and talked with the suspect on the way to the City Hall. His comment was, "Why are you placing me in jail when all I have done is carried a pistol into a theater?" We explained to him that he was being placed in jail for suspicion of murder regarding the patrolman J.D. Tippett. He stated he had not shot anyone at that time, and became very belligerent on the way to the City Hall. We advised him that he could do his talking a little bit later. He was then taken and turned over to Captain Fritz.
You made no mention to him of the possible charges of murdering the president at that time?
No, sir, I did not myself, because at the time of the arrest, I had no knowledge whatsoever that this might possibly be our suspect in regards to the assassination of the president.
They have no idea, right? Cough, cough, cough.
In regards to the assassination of the president. In my experience with this particular type person, I think he reacted about the same as the rest of them would, not admitting any particular thing that he had done and refusing to give us any additional information when questioned regarding the shooting of Officer J.D. Tippett. I asked for his name, and he refused to give me his name. I removed his wallet from his back pocket and obtained his identification.
There you go. There you go.
And I also asked him if he was still living at the Ellsbury address, and he says, well, you find out for yourself.
What kind of identification did he have?
The card that I got this information from was a Dallas Public Library card. He had other identifications such as driver's license, I believe, and credit cards and things like that.
Did he make at the time any radical statements that you might associate with extreme left political views?
No, sir, he did not.
You know, just your average radical left-leaning assassin who doesn't know anything. So, the important thing is this. This is a statement by that guy, Officer Paul Bentley. On the way to City Hall, I removed the suspect's wallet and obtained his name. Right? Consistent story so far. Officer Paul Bentley removed Oswald's wallet on the way and obtained his identification because he refused to give it. Okay. Case closed, right? Included among Oswald's effects obtained by the police department in Dallas was a brown wallet containing miscellaneous pictures and identifications. Case closed. He shot that cop. We got a color-changing jacket. We got his wallet, linking him to the gun that he's bought under the alias of Alec Heidel. Why, if you don't want a gun to be traced, why order it through a magazine under a false name when you can just walk into any gun store in Dallas and just purchase a gun and it's not traced back to you? But there's a problem. You see, if you watch the other episode that I did on JD Tippett, hello, Big B Trucker. Hello, everybody. Let me take a moment to just say, Merry Christmas, hello, thank you for joining me. There's a problem. There's a problem, and that lies in, if you watch the JD Tippett episode, you'll know that there's a second wallet. Of course there is, because of course there is. And the issue lies in that Captain Westbrook was filmed with FBI agent Bob Barrett holding the wallet.
A Channel 8 photographer showed it and presumed it was Officer Tippett's.
There is absolutely no doubt in my mind that it is Oswald's wallet.
Bob Barrett spent 27 years as an FBI agent, was sent to investigate the Tippett murder that day, where he recognized a Dallas police captain thumbing through a billfold.
He said, Bob, you know all the crooks in town, all the hoodlums, etc. You ever heard of Lee Harvey Oswald? And I said, no, I never have. He said, how about Alex Heidel? I said, no, I never had heard of him either. Why would they be asking me questions about Oswald and Heidel if it wasn't in that wallet?
In fact, the first Dallas cop on the scene said he actually recovered the wallet.
And this is the only written account.
Sergeant Kenneth Croy, a reserve officer, put it in writing on an 8x10 for Rookstool.
First on the scene, recovered Oswald's wallet there too.
But officially, Dallas police told a different story. Said they got it from Oswald himself.
Oh, did they? So we have a problem. We've got two accounts of two different wallets. Two jackets that changed color. So this is Kenneth Croy, the first officer on the scene. Again, there is so much to unpack, I can't get into all of this. I can't tell you how I think they did all of this. I'm giving you names. I'm giving you threads to pull on if you want to pull on them. But Croy's an interesting one. Got a problem here. We got two wallets, two jackets, two guns. We're not going to get into that tonight. That's for next time. Now, why is this important? Why? Because they say that among Oswald's items in his wallet is this torn dollar bill. Now, if you're into spook stuff, you'll know exactly what this is for. This is for meeting up with your contact when you don't know who your handler, contact, agent, person you're supposed to meet up with is. You've got a torn dollar bill or maybe a Kool-Aid packet or a Jell-O packet, and you meet up with the person. They link them together, right? They can only be two pieces that link together perfectly, so you know that's the person you're supposed to meet up with. It's old school spy shit. And this is supposed to be in Oswald's effects when he's arrested. That kind of implies that Oswald was in that theater to meet somebody, no? And that also kind of implies that he would have had to have had his wallet on him when he was arrested, and not at the J.D. Tippit murder scene. Now, here's where it gets real weird. We're gonna go down a spooky rabbit hole tonight, guys. So get ready, get settled in. But remember what I said earlier about information that comes in early is very interesting sometimes. They haven't had time to spin it. Well, this is some of the first media coverage of the J.D. Tippit murder, where they're just sort of kind of linking him, Oswald, to Kennedy. Let's watch. I'll narrate, because there's some interesting things in this.
Ronnie's the police cars pulling into the area.
Right. Once the report went out that this man was holed up in Oak Cliff, we all went out in the motorcade. This is the first building that he was reported in. It's an old junk shop of one kind or another. This is the jacket that the man was wearing. He discarded it as he ran down the street. This is the scene where the police officer was shot. The car that you see in the background there belonged to the police officer, and this woman said that she had seen a man answering the description of the man that was later captured run up, stop the officer, and then shoot him. About that time, another report came in that there was a man had walked into the Texas Theater further down the block with a shotgun over his arm. Of course, everybody broke and ran down into the area at the time. This gun that you see in the background here in this officer's hand is the one.
There it is. There's the wallet. But we missed something last time. Listen to this.
The time. This gun that you see in the background here in this officer's hand is the one that allegedly was used to shoot the police officer.
Oh, we totally missed, guys. That there was also a gun in his hand. There's a .38 in his hand and a wallet. So now we've got two guns, because Oswald's arrested with a .38 revolver, because we know that he tries to shoot a police officer when he's arrested in the theater. So now we've got two jackets, two wallets, two guns. And we know it's not Tippit's gun, because Ted Calloway took Tippit's gun and ran off chasing the guy who shot Tippit. Something's not adding up.
This is the officer's billfold that was found lying on the ground right alongside of the car. The crime investigators here are fingerprinting the car in hopes that they could possibly lift a print to use.
Something isn't right here. Something's not adding up. This is the evidence that we've arrested Lee Harvey Oswald on, is a color-changing jacket, two wallets, two guns. So, remember, again, I cannot stress this enough. Watch Oswald, listen to him, listen to this man. He's just been brought in, and he probably has only just figured out what he's been brought in for because they're asking him about it. He says, hey, I only knew about this president thing when people asked me about it in the hallway. He only mentions that he's here for being arrested for the murder of a police officer. So, let's listen to Lee Harvey Oswald. Listen to the man himself.
Did you kill the president?
No, I've not been charged with that. In fact, nobody has said that to me yet. The first thing I heard about it was when the newspaper reporters in the hall asked me that question.
You have
Asked
Nobody said what?
Sir?
You have been.
Nobody said what? Okay, we can't hear you then. Okay.
What did you do in Russia?
It's also real weird that, like, instantly, within moments of him being arrested, the media knows about him being in Russia. That's weird.
One statement, please. I'd like some legal representation, but these police officers have not allowed me to have any. I don't know what this is all about.
You killed the president?
No, sir, I didn't. People keep asking me that. Sir?
You shoot the president?
I work in that building.
Were you in the building at the time?
Naturally, if I work in that building, yes, sir.
Back up, man! Did you shoot the president?
No, they're taking me in because of the fact that I lived in the Soviet Union. I'm just a patsy.
I'm just a patsy. I mean, that's the words of a radical left-wing radical who just assassinated a head of state, right? Right? Oh, what happened then? Remind me again?
There is Lee Oswald. He's been shot. He's been shot. Lee Oswald has been shot. There's the man with a gun. It's absolute panic. Absolute panic here in the basement of Dallas Police Headquarters. Detectives have their guns drawn. Oswald has been shot. There is no question about it. Oswald has been shot.
Oh, you know what they say. Dead men tell no tales, right? Why was Oswald's one call when he was arrested to a guy in Raleigh, North Carolina named John Hurt, who turned out to be military intelligence? So many questions. So many questions about this guy. So that's a recap of basically where we left off. All very sus. If you ask me, I think they had to take him out because they did not have enough of a case to even pin the murder of J.D. Tippit on him, let alone the president. So they got to take him out, case closed. Right? Lee Harvey Oswald did not kill himself. So, who is this guy, Lee Harvey Oswald? Well, there's a million documentaries that you can watch about him, so I won't give you all the details, but I'll give you the basic story. He's born at a young age. And at that young age, his father dies, his mother's constantly working, not paying attention to him. You know the story. He's a disaffected youth, angsty, angry all the time. He gets into Marxism and communism at an early age when he reads about the Rosenbergs, who are on trial and executed for stealing nuclear secrets, which is the exact reason that I think Kennedy was killed over. So that's weird. That's weird. Watch how many times nuclear is gonna come up in the Kennedy story when I tell it to you. Anyway, Oswald does what any disaffected young Marxist would do. He makes himself a pawn of imperialist foreign policy by joining the Marines. That makes sense. That totally makes sense. Also, his hairline constantly changing. He gets stationed at El Toro, California, and more importantly, at Sugi Air Force Base in Japan, where, oh, it just so happens that's where they keep the U-2 spy planes. Where he's given top secret clearance as a radar operator. This is just the conventional mainstream story, by the way. And after he gets out of the military, he just hates America so much. He wants to defect so bad. He wants to get into the Soviet Union. So, using money that he doesn't have, he has $200 in his account. Somehow he's able to fly into the Soviet Union. And he's got his own private guide to show him around in Moscow. You know, things you do. Right, ever-evolving hairline. I think the reason that they might have taken Lee Harvey Oswald out is he had the cure for receding hairline baldness. So he's in Moscow, he's defecting, he's trying to get Soviet citizenship. They won't give it to him. So he slits his wrists like a 13-year-old girl in an act of self-deletion to blackmail them into keeping him into the country, which they do, but the Reds say, no, fuck that. We're shipping this motherfucker off to Minsk. He can stay there, but we're not giving him citizenship. And so, Oswald from Minsk fights for Soviet citizenship. He's trying to get into the KGB. The KGB's like, fuck no. He's trying to pass on US military intelligence. They're like, we already know this shit, bro. You're telling us old news. And it's there in Minsk at a dance. He's introduced to this girl, Marina. And our spook with the ever-changing hairline falls in love with this Soviet Russian beauty. Am I right, fellas? She cleans up nice. Don't believe me? Stick around. So Lee and Marina get married. And he ends up becoming disaffected with Soviet Russia. Moves back to America. They welcome him with open arms, as one does at the height of the Cold War. Someone who just defected and tried to sell military intelligence to the KGB. Now, it's at this point, everybody knows that Oswald went to Russia. Everybody knows Oswald went to Russia. But it's when Oswald is in New Orleans that shit gets real spooky. Because it's in New Orleans that he becomes associated with the Fair Play for Cuba organization, which is a pro-Castro organization. And things are about to get real spooky. Now, It's at this time that Lee is photographed and filmed many times handing out leaflets for the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. Now I want you to keep in mind, put a pin in it as we watch this. Why? Why would they want to film this guy handing out so many communist leaflets?
This is the first of a series of Latin listening post interviews with persons more or less directly concerned with the conflict between the United States and Cuba. In subsequent programs, we will present talks with people who are connected with the Cuban refugee organizations, people who are connected with President Batista, and U.S. citizens with direct stakes in the outcome of the Cuban situation. Tonight we have with us a representative of probably the most controversial organization connected with Cuba in this country. The organization, the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. The person, Lee Oswald, Secretary of the New Orleans Chapter to the Fair Play for Cuba Committee. This organization has long been on the Justice Department's blacklist and is a group which is generally considered to be the leading pro-Castro body in the nation.
That's the leaflet that he's handing out. Take note of the address. That's going to come up in a minute.
No, sir, I'm not a communist, and I think that the red herring and so forth is rather ridiculous to toss into this conversation.
Then are you a Marxist?
Well, I have studied Marxist philosophy, yes, sir, and also other philosophers.
But are you a Marxist? I think you did admit on an earlier radio interview that you consider yourself a Marxist.
Well, I would very definitely say that I am a Marxist. That is correct. But that does not mean, however, that I'm a communist.
What is the difference between the two?
Well, there's a great deal of difference. Several American parties in several countries are based on Marxism, such as Ghana. Certain countries have characteristics of a socialist system, such as Great Britain with its socialized medicine. These, then, are the differences between an outright communist country and countries which adhere to leftist or Marxist principles.
In your work with the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, what are you advocating?
We advocate restoration of diplomatic, trade, and tourist relations with Cuba.
Why would they want to film this guy handing out pro-communist literature? Who would that benefit? I wonder. So, what do you think? Was Lee Harvey Oswald, Harvey Lee Oswald, O.H., Lee, Alec Heidel, whichever name he's going by that time of the hour? Do you think that he was an ardent commie? Do you think he was an ardent red? You think he was thumping the old Communist Manifesto? I mean, here he is handing out pro-Castro leaflets. I mean, case closed, right? Commie. Well, you remember I was pointing out to take note of the address on those leaflets? Well, here's the building that those leaflets lead to. Now, do you see how there's an entrance here and there's an entrance here? That's because this is the corner of Camp and Lafayette. And there is an entrance on Camp Street and there's an entrance on Lafayette Street. So the same building has two different addresses. I wonder who's at the other address. Why? It's a private investigator named Guy Bannister. Never mind the address on this, he changes it later. You'll see. I'll show you. So, the Fair Play for Cuba Committee is located at basically the same building as a private investigator named Guy Bannister. Interesting. Who's Guy Bannister? By the way, I want to show you this entire episode is going to show you, this is going to show you how I research things. If you want to avoid bullshit conspiracies and have a more sound argument, here's how you do it. Check this out. So who's Guy Bannister? Well, Guy Bannister joined the FBI. He was present at the killing of John Dillinger. And he was involved in investigation of the American Communist Party. J. Edgar Hoover was impressed with Bannister's work, and in 1938 he promoted him to run the FBI in Butte, Montana. And during the 1947 flying disc craze, you can learn more about that in episode 1 of MooseHeaven. During the 1947 flying disc craze, Bannister investigated a hoax saucer in Twin Falls. Interesting. Later on, Bannister is promoted to special agent in charge of the FBI for Chicago. And he retires from the FBI in 1954. Bannister moved to Louisiana, where he became assistant superintendent of the New Orleans Police Department, where he was given the task of investigating organized crime and corruption within the police force. It later emerged that he was also involved in looking at the role that left-wing political activists were playing in the struggle for civil rights in New Orleans. Oh, wow. So the Fair Play for Cuba Committee is at the same building as a really high-ranking member of the FBI who's a private investigator. Wow, that's fascinating. So Bannister established his own private detective agency at 531 Lafayette Street, around the corner, but located in the same building as 544 Camp Street, which would later be found as stamped on the Fair Play for Cuba Committee leaflets distributed by Lee Harvey Oswald. The Newman Building housed militant anti-Castro Cuban groups, including the Cuban Revolutionary Council and Sergio Acosta Smith's Crusade to Free Cuba Committee. That's weird. Why would a pro-Castro Fair Play for Cuba Committee be located in the same building as a bunch of anti-Castro group? Bannister was implicated in a 1961 raid on a munitions depot in Home Ellen, Louisiana, in which various weapons, grenades, and ammunition were stolen, which were reportedly seen stacked in Bannister's back room by several witnesses. Newspaper reported that an allegation that Bannister served as a munitions supplier for the 1961 Bay of Pigs invasion and continued to deal weapons from his office until 1963. Wow, that's the year that Kennedy gets killed. Wow, that's weird. Ooh, things are getting spicy in here. In 1963, Bannister and anti-Castro activist David Ferry began working for a lawyer named G. Ray Gill and his client, New Orleans mafia boss Carlos Marcello, in his attempts to block Marcello's deportation to Guatemala. Okay. Again, I'm gonna show you how I research. We got names upon names. David Ferry, Carlos Marcello, remember that one? Hang on to that name. Who are these cats? Well, in early 1962, Bannister assisted David Ferry in a dispute with Eastern Airlines regarding charges brought against Ferry by the airline and New Orleans police of crimes against nature and extortion. Ooh. All right, let's get into this. is David Ferry? He deserves his own episode, and I'm probably going to do it soon. Now, this guy's fascinating. Disavow. I gotta get that out of the way right away. Disavow. So you know it's gonna be really interesting. But he's a fascinating psycho, David Ferry. Now, you see this photo and you think, okay, that's David Ferry. No, I want you to scrub that image from your mind. That's not David Ferry. That's David Ferry when he was young. David Ferry suffered from alopecia, which may or may not have been brought on or exacerbated by his being a high-altitude spy plane pilot. More on that later. Nevertheless, David Ferry had no hair. You need to envision David Ferry when I'm talking about David Ferry. This is the image that you need to have in mind, okay? Get this burned into your brains. That's David Ferry. Who is this cat? Well, David Ferry wanted to be a priest, but he had a weakness, as priests are wont to do, an emotional instability, as they called it, where he obtained a pilot's license and began teaching aeronautics. He was flying spy planes. Okay, let's just put that out there. That's not in the official story, but he was flying spy planes. And he moved to New Orleans, where he worked as a pilot for Eastern Airlines until losing his job in August in 1961 for being arrested twice on morals charges. Oh dear. Oh dear. Ferry was involved in the Civil Air Patrol, and when he moved to New Orleans, he served as an instructor. Now, let's just get this out of the way and address the elephant in the room. David Ferry was a molester. That's no secret. David Ferry, multiple times got caught extorting. He was into young men. And yeah, and supposedly he hypnotized them. He was hypnotizing young men, bringing them up in planes and extorting them, you know, into indecent acts that he was, or else he would throw them out of the plane. Oh boy, yeah. David Ferry, everyone. He's a lunatic. He's a fucking lunatic. He's bashing amphetamines, flying U-2 spy planes. He's in the Civil Air Patrol, and let's not mince words, these young men that he is training in New Orleans, that he is instructing, these young men, he is molesting them. Boy, it would be real weird if Lee Harvey Oswald was in that same patrol with David Ferry when he was like a young boy. Oh boy. Bum bum bum. That's David Ferrie and Lee Harvey Oswald in the Civil Air Patrol together when Lee Harvey Oswald was 15 years old. I told you. We're gonna get into uncomfortable stuff and stuff that you've never heard before on the JFK assassination. Bet you didn't know that. This fucking lunatic with his homemade wig and homemade eyebrows David Ferrie. He's an important player, and I cannot undersell you on how important and how fascinating this psychopath David Ferrie is. He's rabidly anti-communist and accused previous U.S. presidential administrations as being sellouts to communism. Ferrie was working with right-wing Cuban exile Sergio Arcacha Smith, head of the Central Intelligence Agency-backed Cuban Democratic Revolutionary Front in New Orleans. Ferrie soon became Arcacha Smith's, quote, eager partner in counter-revolutionary activities. In the early 1960s, Ferrie became involved with Guy Bannister, remember him? Former special agent in charge of Chicago office for the FBI, and far right-wing political activist, segregationist, and private investigator. Bannister also was Ferrie's associate, along with Sergio Arcacha Smith. In early 1962, both Bannister and Arcacha Smith maintained offices in the Newman Building at the corner of 544 Camp Street. Blah, blah, blah. We know this. Now, Bannister was defending Ferrie in his dispute with Eastern Airlines regarding charges brought upon Ferrie by the airline and local New Orleans police for crimes against nature and extortion. During this period, Ferrie was often seen in Bannister's office. According to several witnesses, Ferrie and Bannister also worked together in the fall of 1963 for lawyer G. Ray Gill on behalf of Gill's client, New Orleans mafia boss Carlos Marcello. Oh, there's that name again. Carlos Marcello in an attempt to block Marcello's deportation to Guatemala. Ferrie was reportedly the pilot who flew Carlos Marcello back into the United States from Guatemala after he'd been deported in April of 1961. Wow. So who's Carlos Marcello? Oh, well, he's just the godfather of the New Orleans crime syndicate. Right? Nothing to see here. That name keeps coming up, though. Hang on to it. So, on the afternoon of November 22nd, 1963, the same day that Kennedy was assassinated, was the same day that Carlos Marcello was acquitted of deportation. I'm sorry, acquitted in his deportation case. New Orleans private investigator Guy Bannister and one of his employees, Jack Martin, this guy. Jack Martin's one of Bannister's employees. Jack Martin and Bannister were drinking together at a local bar. On their return to Bannister's office, the two men got in a heated argument. According to Martin, Bannister said something to which Martin replied, "What are you gonna do? Kill me like you did Kennedy?" Bannister drew his .357 Magnum revolver and pistol whipped Martin several times. Now, Jack Martin had been digging around in Bannister's files to find out more information about Oswald. He thought there was some connection. And Bannister had apparently never been violent towards Martin, but that day he pistol whipped him and Martin thought he was gonna kill him. So Martin goes and squeals. He goes and says, Ferry had oh, that's about how Ferry's very into skating rinks. We'll get into that later. Man, he just loves skating. Ferry contacted the FBI and told, Martin contacted the FBI and said that Ferry might have hypnotized Oswald into assassinating Kennedy. Whoa! All right, I'm listening. Upon this, Ferry contacted several of his former Civil Air Patrol associates for more information on Oswald, frantically looking for photographs to see if him and Oswald were photographed together. Jack Martin claims that during the summer of 1963, Ferry, Bannister, Oswald, and a group of anti-Castro Cuban exiles were involved in operations against Castro's Cuba that involved gun-running activities and burglarizing armories. Ferry, Bannister, and Clay Shaw. We don't have time to get into Clay Shaw. That's a whole other episode. Nevertheless, Ferry, Bannister, and Clay Shaw were involved in a conspiracy with elements of the CIA to kill Kennedy, and that the motive for the assassination was anger over Kennedy's attempts to obtain a peace settlement with both Cuba and Vietnam. Oh, and none of this has anything to do with Operation Mongoose, anti-Castro, Cuban death squads. Nothing to see here. So what happened to Ferry? Well, he dies of natural causes after writing 2 suicide notes. Now, it's during this time that Oswald is in New Orleans. He is arrested because, understand, you have a lot of Cuban exiles who are coming from what Castro's doing, right? They don't like Castro. They don't like communism. And so here is this guy handing out pro-Castro leaflets in New Orleans with all of these Cuban exiles. He gets into a scuffle, he's arrested. I want you to think about this. Why would this guy be photographed handing out pro-Castro leaflets, getting into scuffles? Why would they want to create an image of Lee Harvey Oswald as some kind of left-wing radical, violently getting into acts of crime? Now, we gotta talk about another player here. And here's where it gets interesting. If you want your Bush connection, it's around this time that Oswald develops a friendship as a Russian exile. He develops a friendship with a fellow Russian who just happens to be a former Russian count who has connections with Texas oil billionaires and the Bush family. This is George de Morgenschildt. I want you to meet this guy because here's where it gets spooky. It's about to get real spooky. So, let's meet George.
Well, we met Oswald in the summer of 1962, when we heard that there was a young couple who arrived from Russia and were in very difficult financial condition. So a friend of mine and myself drove to Fort Worth and found this tenement house where he was living. I had the impression that he was in love with Marina, and that on his side there was no unhappiness.
What happened?
What's the thing I remember now? That he did not want Marina to learn English, maybe because he was an intensely jealous person. He did not want Marina to communicate with other people. What happened actually, that I was standing there on the balcony and my wife and Marina were looking at the rifle which was inside of a closet, And Marina said to my wife, "Look at that idiot, he has a rifle here. Instead of buying food or necessities for our home, he bought a rifle." And that's what I just overheard, but I actually did not even look in the closet, And it seemed to me like such a ridiculous idea for Oswald to buy a rifle when he needed money so desperately, that it was just a big joke,
Just a big joke. I'll tell you what's a joke. Believing that, this guy who defected to Russia, he just happened to become friends with George de Mohrenschildt. Who's George de Mohrenschildt? Well, his family is Russian nobility. They owned oil companies and stuff under the Tsar, okay? And so after the revolution, his family doesn't have the power. They become exiles. He is an anti-communist political refugee. And he is a petroleum geologist. Mm-hmm. And he just, happens to, want to become friends with Lee Harvey Oswald. Because, this guy who's pinned is such a loner and such a recluse. He has so many friends, so many people that he ran into, so many people that seem to really intimately know him. It's weird. So who's George de Mohrenschildt? Well, he was involved in French intelligence, gathering information on the Nazis for French petroleum companies, and his brother was a member of William Donovan's OSS during the Cold War, and just happened to, found Radio Free Europe. Now, get this is where it gets real weird. De Mohrenschildt was acquainted with the Bouvier family. What? So, Jackie Bouvier, Onassis Kennedy, JFK's wife, who watched her husband's head explode in front of her, used to sit on this man's knee because he was a close friend of Jacqueline's Aunt Edith Bouvier Beale. He wasn't just a close friend, he was trying to marry her, and he also tried to marry Jackie's mom. This guy came very close to becoming Jackie's stepdad. What? Oh, and he just happens to become friends with the guy who murders her husband. Well, nothing to see here. He's just friends with all of the Texas oil billionaires, including the Bush family. H.L. Hunt, there's a name. So, hang on to your seats. It's gonna get real weird here. In October 1962, Oswald informed de Mohrenschildt that he had lost his job in a nearby Fort Worth. In response, de Mohrenschildt advised Oswald that he would have better chance of finding work in Dallas. Oswald was hired to a Dallas photographic firm of Jagger Schill Stovall. De Mohrenschildt's wife and daughter would later say that it had been he who had secured the job for Oswald. So de Mohrenschildt gets Oswald a job doing photographic development and editing under Jaggers, Childs, and Stovall. Remember that name, okay? He gets the job under the name Alec Heidel, which is the same name that he orders the rifle through. And you know what? You want icing on this cake of spook? You've all seen this photograph. Do you know where it came from? I'm not kidding you. Lee signed hugs and kisses, killer of fascists, I'm not making this up, and sent this photograph to George de Mohrenschildt, and that's why he has it. The same guy who got him the job in the photographic editing laboratory under the name Alec Heidel, that he orders the rifle under the name of... Hey, you want to know something else? Jaggers, Childs, and Stovall. After Kennedy's killed, and all of the photographs and all of the footage of the assassination are collected up, do you know who they're sent to? You know who that's sent to for processing? Jaggers, Childs, and Stovall. You want your Bush connection? Here's your Bush connection. De Mohrenschildt and G.H.W. Bush, close personal friends. If you're curious about all of this, other people started to get curious about all of this too. And in 1976, the CIA requested that the FBI locate de Mohrenschildt because he had attempted to get in touch with the CIA director, who was George H.W. Bush at the time, because de Mohrenschildt had written a letter to the CIA director that he was asking for assistance, and he was well acquainted with the Bush family. So what did he write? Why did he write so fervently to George H.W. Bush, the head of the CIA at the time? You will excuse this handwritten letter. Maybe you will be able to bring some solution to the hopeless situation I find myself in. You see, my wife and I find ourselves surrounded by some vigilantes, and our phone is bugged. We are being followed everywhere. Either the FBI is involved, or they do not want to accept my complaints. We are driven to insanity by the situation. I have been behaving like a damn fool ever since my daughter Nadia died. I tried to write stupidly and unsuccessfully about Lee H. Oswald and must have angered a lot of people, I don't know. But to punish an elderly man like myself, my highly nervous and sick wife, is really too much. Could you do something to remove this net around us? He's writing this to the head of the CIA. Could you do something to remove the net around us? This will be my last request for help, and I will not annoy you anymore. Good luck in your important job, and thank you so much. Well, how did old Bushy Bush respond? Let me say first that I know it must have been difficult for you to seek my help in the situation outlined in your letter. However, my staff has been unable to find any indication of interest in your activities on the part of federal authorities in recent years, and the flurry of interest that attended your testimony before the Warren Commission has long subsided. I can only speculate that you may have become newsworthy again in view of the renewed interest in the Kennedy assassination, and thus may be attracting the attention of people in the media.
Bum, bum, bum.
I hope this letter has been of some comfort to you. Although I realize I'm unable to answer your question completely. George Bush, Director of Central Intelligence. Wow! Strap in. His wife had him committed to a mental institution in Texas because she stated that de Mohrenschildt suffered from depression, heard voices, saw visions, and believed that the CIA and the Jewish mafia were persecuting him. All right, here we go. This is gonna get wild. According to the Dutch journalist William Oltmans, here we go, names. Who's William Oltmans? All right, who's William Oltmans? He's a Dutch journalist, and during the Second World War, he was a member of the Dutch resistance, and he, quote, blew up a German train, and he, quote, Hitler called me a terrorist, but I saw myself as a freedom fighter. He also went to Yale University, and you know what goes on there. That's William Oltmans. So in other words, he's a spook. So that guy, William Oltmans, in 1967, says a serious and famous Dutch clairvoyant named Gerard Crusat, or Crusat, who is a Dutch parapsychologist who was consulted by authorities on missing persons cases, that he had a vision of a conspirator who had manipulated Oswald, and his description led Oltmans to de Mohrenschildt, and that the two stayed in touch. In 1977, Oltmans went to Texas and brought de Mohrenschildt to the Netherlands. Oltmans claimed that he had rescued de Mohrenschildt from a mental institution to bring him to Crusat, who was, according to Oltmans, Crusat agreed that de Mohrenschildt was the man who he'd seen in his visions. Wow. Spooky, hypnotism, clairvoyance. Wow. Mind control. I mean, totally not mind control, right? Parapsychology. Oltmans later says that after de Mohrenschildt arrived in the Netherlands, he invited him out with some Russian friends, and they went to Brussels and had plans to go to Liège, a city in the French-speaking part of Belgium. Oltmans owned a house in the countryside not far from Liège. Upon returning to Brussels, de Mohrenschildt went for a short walk which he had failed to return from, and he had earlier agreed to meet Oltmans and his friends for lunch. Oltmans waited for him, but he did not come back. Mohrenschildt agreed to disclose information to Oltmans, but he disappeared from their meeting place and was found dead in Florida weeks later. On March 3rd, 1977, de Mohrenschildt and Oltmans flew to the Netherlands, where de Mohrenschildt left his luggage, money, and keys at Oltmans' home, and then a few days later flew together to Brussels, where they had a 12:30 lunch date at a Soviet diplomat, whom de Mohrenschildt conversed in Russian and abruptly left the table. But Oltmans never saw de Mohrenschildt again. Mohrenschildt was found dead at his daughter's home in Florida due to an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound. There's a tape of him doing it. Yeah, you can hear it. It's out there. Weird. Spooky. Oltmans later testified behind closed doors that de Mohrenschildt had told me that Oswald acted at his instructions and that he knew Oswald was going to kill Kennedy. Fascinating. Wow. Spooky.
Although his committee testimony was secret, Willem Oltmans said publicly that he had been told of a conspiracy to kill President Kennedy that was directed by Texas oil interests. It involved 3 anti-Castro Cuban gunmen and included Lee Harvey Oswald. Oltmans also implicated George de Mohrenschildt, who knew Oswald. De Mohrenschildt committed suicide this week when the committee tried to get him to testify.
Mr. de Mohrenschildt, and that was the shock to me on the 23rd of February in Dallas, in Bishop College, that Mr. de Mohrenschildt, close to tears, made this shocking confession to me that he felt not only responsible, that Oswald acted at his instructions.
Oltmans gave only highlights of his story to reporters, indicating he has plans to sell what he says is the complete version.
So, Spoopy! On March 16, 1977, de Mohrenschildt returned to the United States from his trip. His daughter talked with him at length and found him to be deeply disturbed about certain matters, reporting that he had expressed a desire to self-delete himself. On March 29th, DeMornshield gave an interview to author Edward J. Epstein, during which he claimed that in 1962, Dallas CIA operative J. Walton Moore and one of Moore's associates had handed him the address of Oswald in nearby Fort Worth and suggested that DeMornshield might like to meet him. On the same day as the Epstein interview, DeMornshield received a business card from the investigator for the House Select Committee on Assassination, telling him that he would like to see him. And that afternoon, DeMornshield was found dead from a self-inflicted shotgun wound to the head. Now, this is DeMornshield's daughter, Alexandra, being interviewed by a young journalist named Bill O'Reilly, who's a liar, by the way. But she's the one who found his body. Let's hear Alexandra.
Just terrified. You know, he expressed to me that he was terrified of the man. That the man had bullied him and tried to make him say things that he didn't want to say, and that he didn't want to have anything to do with him anymore at all.
Did he get specific in what way he was terrorized by Willem Oplands?
Oh,
Was he threatened?
he felt that he had been drugged by him.
Drugged?
Drugged.
What kind of drugs did he
I
have?
have no idea. No, he did not say what kind of drugs, but he felt that he had been drugged in Amsterdam, and he was afraid that Mr. Altmans was trying to make him do and say things that he had never done and never wanted to say.
Well, what's your reaction to Altman's comments in the last few days, in the last few weeks?
I'm shocked by them.
Why?
I've never heard such a thing, because it's completely contrary to anything I've ever heard my father say. Completely.
Could you elaborate a little more? What things specifically?
Well, that my father had anything to do with the assassination of President Kennedy, that my father had anything to do in masterminding it, is completely contrary to anything he ever said to me.
Getting back to Epstein for a minute, he came back from the interview with Epstein, and that's when the tragedy happened. Did he say anything to you about Epstein, or was he upset when he came back from that?
No, I talked to him and I said, how's everything going? He said, everything is fine. I said, how's Mr. Epstein? He said, oh, he's very nice, very intelligent. I said, do you have to go and see him again today? And my father said, no, I don't have to go and see him until tomorrow, which I understand was not true.
Wait a minute, you understand that was not true?
No, we had an appointment with Mr. Epstein at 3 o'clock, but he told me that he didn't have to go back.
Did you find out what went wrong there?
No.
You didn't talk to Epstein at all after that?
No, I did speak to Mr. Epstein, and he doesn't know.
I hear what you're probably thinking right now. Epstein? I know that name. What? Spirit, you're telling me there's an Epstein link? No, silly. Not that Epstein. She's talking about Edward J. Epstein, who just happened to, one of his professors at Cornell was Vladimir Nabokov. Ooh. And he wrote 3 books about the Kennedy assassination. She's talking about that Epstein, not Jeffrey Epstein, who he was intimate fucking friends with. Because you can't make this shit up. Okay. Epstein and Epstein. Getting pretty deep. We're getting pretty goddamn deep into the weeds. But we're getting away from our man here, Lee. Because there's another important factor in the DeMornshield cobweb of networking. You see, while Lee is off LARPing as an ardent commie, He's in so deep, you gotta do what you gotta do, and therefore, he's unemployed. That's what you have to be if you're gonna LARP as a communist. And he's going back and forth between Fort Worth and New Orleans. And because he's unemployed, his wife needs support. More support than he can offer. Support that only another woman could provide. And it's here that we meet our next spook. The spook of conspiracies present. Why? Because old Ruth Payne is still around. 91 years young. She's still with us. She was at the 60th anniversary, right in Dealey Plaza, signing autographs just a month ago. 91 years young. Ruth Payne. Our next spook. You see, at a party of De Mohrenschildt's, Lee and his wife Marina are introduced to the Paynes. Now, who are the Paynes? Who's Ruth Payne? Ruth Payne, if you take it from her narrative, from her defenders, she's the consummate Quaker do-gooder who Forrest Gumped her way into the greatest murder mystery in American history. But you know there's more to the story. Now the Paynes meet the Oswalds at a party with the De Mohrenschildts, and let's be clear, Ruth is writing love letters to Marina, like a lot of them, like daily, like, oh, like I'm also, let's be clear, Ruth knows Russian. Just happens to know Russian. She's just a Quaker do-gooder. Her dad might have been in the CIA. Her sister definitely was. USAID front for the CIA. But neither here nor there. She's writing these letters to Marina. Like, oh, I miss you. Like, just come live with me. You know, Lee can't provide for you. Just come live with me. You know, you need a special care that only a woman can provide. Ruth Payne, everybody. Let's meet Ruth.
6 weeks before the assassination, Oswald had taken a low-paid job as an order filler at the school book depository in downtown Dallas. Because of his impoverished circumstances, Oswald was living in the modest residential district of Oak Cliff, 4 miles out of town. Although married with 2 young daughters, weeknights were spent alone at this seedy rooming house at 1026 North Beckley, where Oswald had mysteriously registered under the name of O.H. Lee. Most weekends, however, he visited his Russian-born wife Marina and their baby daughters, who lived on the far side of town in the Irving district of Dallas. Unable to drive, he would hitch a lift with a fellow worker to this house, where his family lodged with the woman who had befriended them, a Quaker called Ruth Payne.
The idea of his having shot the president skews what everyone thinks, it seems to me, and we forget how ordinary he was, or how he would play with his children and with mine at the house on weekends. As we went by each other, I said, very, very, very happy in Russian, our president is coming. And he just sort of brushed on by without saying anything or no really reaction in a way that was typical of him, so I gave it very little thought. He often didn't respond very much, but I think that evening he was especially quiet. And the officer picked up the blanket roll and just hung over his arm. And that was the point at which I felt that he could have been the one that killed the president. And I had this flood of feeling of what they need to know. I'm going to help them know whatever they need to know. We're going to get to the bottom of this.
Now, there's one thing you need to understand about Ruth Paine. She's an articulate woman. She's 91. She has never turned down an interview, and she cannot find a time not to talk about this. Now, being 91, she's amassed a lot of interviews about this. And her story is consistent. I'll give her that. It's fucking consistent. Very consistent. How consistent? Her story is so consistent, you can literally take all the interviews that she's done over the years, splice them together, and make the same story.
One of the officers asked if he had any guns, and I said no. Translated the question to Marina.
And she said, yes, he did. And she led the policeman into the garage. And there on the floor was a blanket roll.
And the officer picked up the blanket roll.
It was so clear right away that there was nothing in it. And it folded over his arm. It was clearly an empty blanket. And that was the point at which I felt, oh, it could have been Lee. It could have been Lee. And it was at that point that I thought, it could have been Lee. And this is the worst moment ever because I thought, oh my God, it could have been Lee. It could have been Lee.
Remarkably consistent. Almost too consistent, if you ask me. Every time she tells it, she cries in all the right places. Strange. Nevertheless, Ruth is an articulate, intelligent woman. And while Oswald is working at the school book depository, which Ruth just happened to help him get the job for, she just happened to help him get that job at the school book depository where, supposedly he shot the president. So Oswald's staying at his rooming house on Beckley Avenue because the Oswalds are separated, as are the Paines, okay? Now, Ruth Paine and Marina are staying at Ruth Paine's house in Irving, Texas. The Oswalds are separated. The Paines are separated. Marina needs that care that only another woman can provide. Now, something that I want you to notice about old Ruth. She's wildly consistent in her story. But she has kind of this nervous laugh that you might pick up on.
There was a report, according to the report today in the subpoena, that you are supposed to have brought Marina and the gun from New Orleans to Dallas. Was there any such gun that you traveled with Marina with?
I was certainly unaware of there being a gun at all, either in my car or in the garage, or I didn't know that Oswald had one, but I can read the papers. I can judge that he must have had one. And as near as I can figure out, it's possible it was in my car when I took Marina and her baby and most of their worldly goods from New Orleans in September of '63 to Irving here.
And Lee helped pack the car, and I thought it was a proper act on his part, but maybe he was also packing it in such a way that I wouldn't see him put the gun in.
Ha 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 ha! Gun? What gun? What are you talking about? Right? Because old Ruth Payne in her old blue station wagon there, if you believe the official story, Ruth was running guns for Oswald. I mean, that's the official story. Oh, I just didn't know. There was a gun in the back of my car, that Marina had the gun there. And that's the garage right there. That's the garage where a gun was notoriously not found by the police. Which is why Oswald killed the president. Case closed. You see how airtight this case is? And Ruth Payne is at the center of it. Now, I don't want to leave out Ruth's husband, because even though they're separated at this time, this is the Paynes. That's Ruth. That's Michael Payne. I want you to meet the Paynes. Meet the Paynes, everyone.
Mrs. Payne, how did you first become acquainted with the Oswalds?
I met them through friends at a party last winter, and then saw more of Marina later. I was interested in talking with her because I was trying to learn the language. Then later they had financial difficulty when he lost his work, and eventually led to my inviting her to live with me in Dallas while she was waiting for her baby that was born in October, and to stay on a couple of months with me, just as one woman with another can help when babies are small. And then I think they expected to get an apartment together when they could afford it, say after Christmas sometime. And of course it was this difficult economic situation that brought about the fact that I offered my help as a woman to Marina while she was expecting her child. I didn't see him as a fanatic or a person about to do a wild thing, or even who could. I was surprised to learn that he had a gun.
Yes, when I first heard of Lee, I was sort of looked forward with eagerness to an opportunity to talk with someone with whom I didn't believe I would agree, but at least it was interesting to talk to a man who had been to Russia and apparently had his own opinions. I tried about 4 times, perhaps 3 or 4 times, to talk in a serious manner with him. Eventually I gave up for the reason that I thought he was not influenced by logic, or didn't let the present reality influence his rather dogmatic way of thinking.
I do think he was a book Marxist, had read the books and thought that this was the way it should be, that capitalism was a bad system. I felt as he talked that there's no point in arguing with this man. If he thinks that he is out to be exploited, I think that's more the comment of a man who feels a little bit persecuted by life than a rational and a point that he could substantiate in fact. I just observed to myself, here's a man who feels that life has been tough and he hasn't got a proper deal.
Well, he told me that he became a Marxist in this country by reading books and without ever having met a communist. And then he went to Russia, decided he wanted to go to Russia, he told me, and told me he didn't like Russia then, as wanted to return to this country. And I asked him then if he didn't like Russia and liked this country, why did he want to change this country to make it like Russia? And he mentioned repeatedly this principle of his, that he objected to the exploitation of man by man. And this he thought was a moral question. By which he means, this exploitation of man by man, is that any time that one man makes profit by another man's labor, that is, the first man is exploiting the second man. And that happens every time in every business, every employer and employee relationship, supposedly. When I heard that a shot had been fired from the building in which I knew he worked, I thought of him immediately, but dismissed it because I didn't think it was that irrational. I don't see how this act of killing President Kennedy will help any cause that he professed or loved.
Mrs. Payne, you have been reluctant to speak to television cameras before this evening. Is there any particular reason for that?
Yes, I think it's a terrible thing to judge a man before he is brought to trial. And in this case, it's a very difficult thing not to do. The evidence was so incriminating, and just as all of us, the nation, saw it on the television, I began to wonder how they would ever get a jury that could give him an impartial trial. But now, of course, he's dead. He has been, in effect, judged quickly and hanged. And there's no question of prejudicing people by what we say now.
Wow, you seem kind of happy about that. So, the Paynes, everybody. We can all agree there's something off. Something off about the Paynes. Well, who is Michael Payne? Let's start there. Well, his father is Lyman Payne, who is a radical left activist, a Trotskyite and Marxist, who was interested in what he termed the ultimate reality. Lyman had endless discussions about ultimate reality while sipping highballs of bathtub gin and ginger ale with Mary Bancroft. Who's Mary Bancroft? She's a member of the Bancroft family, which at one time owned Dow Jones and Company. Bancroft was recruited by the OSS, the precursor to the CIA, and had a romantic relationship with Allen Dulles, who later would be fired by Kennedy and then be in charge of the Warren Commission to assess his assassination. Bancroft had parties with Lyman Payne and Ruth Forbes Payne, who he was married to, who's Michael Payne's mother. Oh, she's just a heiress to the Forbes family fortune. She's a great-granddaughter to Ralph Waldo Emerson and niece of the former Governor General of the Philippines. Ruth Forbes Young, who, yes, I know this is confusing, but when she gets married, yes, there's going to be two Ruth Paynes. But Ruth Forbes Young co-founded Berkeley's Institute for the Study of Consciousness with her third husband, Arthur M. Young. Who's Arthur M. Young? Well, he's Michael Payne's boss, because Michael Payne works for Bell Helicopter. And his boss is his stepfather, Arthur Middleton Young, who, he just invented the fucking helicopter. Oh, there's just a documentary about him.
By December of 1939, Arthur had developed a mast-mounted stabilizer bar that dramatically improved the hover performance of his models. In the next experiment, he replaced the bar with a flywheel. The helicopter model could now be remotely controlled to fly in any direction. This breakthrough led to a much more complete model that displayed the stability and flight characteristics desirable in a full-scale helicopter. Arthur used this model to demonstrate his helicopter design to Larry Bell of Bell Aircraft. Larry was instantly fascinated. By November of 1941,
Don't mind me. Just over here designing helicopters and fucking drones. Do you know how many Bell helicopters are going to be sold for the war in Vietnam? Thousands. Mash, my brothers. So Michael Payne's boss at Bell Helicopter is Arthur Young, his stepfather, who's the pioneer father of fucking helicopters. Who's his boss? Oh, Sig Heil. Who's this cat? Why, that's Walter Dornberger. Oh, he's just a, former Nazi V2 rocket program, part of Operation Paperclip. Hey, you want to see his former boss? Hey, there's Dornberger, far left. That's Werner von Braun. Oh no. Hey, you want to see his other former boss? You want to see that? Hey, that's him. That's Walter Dornberger and Heinrich Himmler. In Operation Backfire, Dornberger was escorted to London for interrogation by the British for war crimes in connection with slave labor in the production of V2 rockets. Dornberger was released and brought to the United States under the auspices of the Operation Paperclip and worked for the United States Air Force for 3 years developing guided missiles. And from 1950 to 1965, he worked for Bell Aircraft Corporation, where he worked on several projects, rising to the post of vice president. Am I right? Oh boy, hey, you want your spooks? You got your spooks. Michael Payne's father-in-law, Arthur Middleton Young, also in 1952, him and his wife, Ruth, participated in seances conducted by Andrija Puharich Roundtable Foundation. Oh! Research time, who's that? Andrija Puharich, known as the person who brought Israeli Uri Geller and Dutch-born Peter Horkos to the United States for scientific investigation. From 1953 to 1955, he served as a captain in the Army Medical Corps. In this capacity, he was assigned as Chief Outpatient Service, U.S. Army Dispensary, Army Chemical Center, Edgewood Arsenal, Maryland. By this time, he was already presenting papers on the possible military usefulness of paranormal phenomena. During that time, he was in and out of Edgewood Arsenal Research Laboratories, meeting with various high-ranking officials and officers, primarily from the Pentagon, CIA, and Naval Intelligence. Wow! Edgewood Research Laboratories. I wonder what was happening there. Oh! From 1948 to 1975, they conducted classified human subject research. including pharmaceuticals and chemical warfare agents on military personnel. Oh, and vaccines. It was driven by intelligence requirements and need for new and more effective interrogation techniques. Wow. Puharich met Uri Geller in 1971 and endorsed him as a genuine psychic under hypnosis. Geller claimed he was sent to Earth by extraterrestrials from a spaceship 53,000 light years away. In 1974, Puharich claimed that he observed Geller transmute base metal into gold by psychic power and stated Geller transported a dog through the walls of his house. He also claimed that Geller had communicated with super intelligent computers from outer space, and the computers sent messages to warn humanity that a disaster is likely to occur if humans do not change their ways. And he claimed that extraterrestrial beings had communicated to him that Geller was the chosen savior of humanity and had been given the ability to contact flying saucers and, among other things, bend spoons. Uri Geller used mind powers to aid Mossad. What? Celebrity psychic Uri Geller, famous for his spoon bending and mind reading antics, was a secret agent for the CIA, according to a film to be screened by the BBC. Entitled The Secret Life of Uri Geller, the documentary claims that Mr. Geller used his telepathic and psychic powers in a number of key CIA operations during the Cold War. Among them was the wiping out of Soviet floppy disks, which KGB agents were carrying in diplomatic pouches, and influencing a Russian negotiator during nuclear arms talks by beaming what he described as peace messages into his head. The film also suggested that Mr. Geller may also have been among nearly 50 psychics trying to locate Osama bin Laden during 9/11. The Israeli-born psychic who lives in a mansion in Berkshire was also said to be working for Mossad and is praised in the film by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Mossad is reported to have used his powers to disable radar at Entebbe, where Israeli commandos staged a rescue of hostages held by Palestinian hijackers. Oh boy, it didn't take us long to get from Operation Paperclip to Israeli Mossad spoonbenders. And if you want to find out more about how Uri Geller disabled the radar psychically at Entebbe, I've got a show lined up for you about that, because I've had it in the works, and just so happens that it's very topical in the sense that, hey, I'm sure you heard Israel shot some of their own. What if I was to tell you that there was a strategic operation by the Israeli commandos where they accidentally shot a bunch of hostages, and they were praised as heroes, and the mission was considered such a success that they made Hollywood movies about it? Well, then I've got a show lined up for you. So, if you'd like to support me to make more of these streams, buymeacoffee.com/MooseHeaven. Wild stuff going on in the Payne household. It got real wild real fast. Hang on, because it's only gonna get more wild, more spoopy. A lot of weirdness going on in the Payne household. Want to point out how similar Ruth and Marina start dressing, am I right? That other lady, oh, that's Oswald's mom. We'll get to her. I've always found it interesting that Ruth said that she wanted to get to know Marina because she wanted to learn the language, Russian. But Ruth was already teaching a Russian class. Ruth already knew Russian. True story. Since we're going down all these rabbit holes, you know who? Ruth had a Russian class that she taught. And the only person who attended, hang on to your seats, was this guy. I'm not lying. The guy who played Porkins in the original Star Wars was the only guy who attended Ruth Payne's Russian class. How's that for a rabbit hole? Here's another one. I'm gonna ask you a little question. Put it in the chat. How many people is Lee Harvey Oswald accused of shooting? I'll wait. Now we know it's Kennedy, right? That's one. If you've been paying attention, if you've been watching MooseHeaven, you'll know. Well, they accused him of shooting J.D. Tippit, that's two. For the really astute of you, you'll go, oh, I see your game, Spirit. I see what you're doing. 3, because Connolly, ha, gotcha. What if I were to tell you it was 4 people that Oswald was accused of shooting, because he was also accused of shooting a right-wing general. This is gonna take its own show to unpack. But General Edwin Walker gets shot at. It goes unsolved, but here's the deal. Lee Harvey Oswald confessed. And how do we know he confessed to shooting at General Walker? Well, because he wrote a confession in Russian on Ruth Payne's typewriter. And then he put it in a cookbook for Marina to find. And then Ruth went, oh my God, Marina! Did you see this? Oh my God! Lee tried to shoot General Walker. Whoa, no way! He wrote this on my typewriter. Whoa! Not only that, 31st October 1963, this is almost a month before Kennedy's killed, the FBI visited the Paynes' home to talk to Marina and Lee about a message that Oswald left them in an envelope. The contents of the envelope have remained a mystery. However, it's claimed that there was a threat to blow up the FBI and the Dallas Police Department if you don't, quote, stop bothering my wife. And quote, if you have anything you want to learn about me, come to talk to me directly. You don't have to, you don't, if you don't cease bothering my wife, I will take appropriate action and report this to the proper authorities. Now, this is, of course, is written in Russian on Ruth Payne's typewriter. Whoa, no way! Marina! Oh, wow, your husband tried to assassinate a right-wing general, and oh my god, look, I will blow up the FBI and the Dallas Police Department if you don't stop bothering my quote-unquote wife. They wrote a lot of letters to each other in Russian. I want you to watch this. This is a little bit of a longer clip, but it's important because it's a little cross-examination of Ruth on some of these facts. And this is one of the only times that you're gonna see Ruth Payne crack. She's very articulate and very to the point, and she keeps very to her story. But this was one of the few times that you're gonna see old Ruth Payne crack a little bit. And so while it's a longer clip, I want you to watch and listen.
You, of course, are not an agent for the CIA, are you?
No.
No, you see, you laugh.
Yes, I do.
You are not an agent for the KGB, are you?
No.
Are you laughing again?
Well, you ridiculed me for laughing.
No,
once,
I don't
so
mean
won't
to
do it
ridicule
again.
you for it. I just want to know if you find the inquiry amusing.
No.
You studied Russian?
Yes.
When did you first begin to study Russian?
I think it was around 57. I had been working with a young Quaker group that was interested in cultural exchange.
Yes, it just happened, just a coincidence that you chose Russian as a language of your interest? That's just a coincidence?
No, it wasn't a coincidence at all. I'm telling you, that's because I felt it was really important to communicate between our countries in particular. This was your era of the Cold War. So.
Well, okay. It just is a coincidence that you befriended the wife of the man who was later charged with the murder of our president. That's all a coincidence too, isn't it?
Well.
Yes. And is it a coincidence that it was you, Mrs. Payne?
Yeah.
Yes? Who directed Lee to the job that put him in the Texas school book depository?
Yes, I think that was clearly a coincidence.
And it's just a coincidence that the gun that supposedly killed the president was located in your house? That's coincidence, isn't it?
What do you mean, coincidence?
I mean, it just happened. It's just all of these things just sort of happened all around you. That's coincidence. You did give the FBI a letter that was supposed to have been written by Lee to the Soviet embassy, didn't you?
This was a draft of a letter that he left on my desk that concerned me very deeply because I could see he was lying in it. He used my typewriter, and that offended me deeply.
He left, it offended you that he lied on your typewriter?
That he'd been lying on my typewriter, that's right. I didn't know who he was writing. The letter just said, "Dear Sirs."
And he left it right there for you to see?
He left it on my desk. I don't know why he left it there.
Yes.
It seemed just as strange as his leaving the light on in the garage.
Well, now, wait a minute. We'll get to the light in the garage in just a minute. Now, Mrs. Payne, I want to tell you something. I've talked to you about mere coincidences. But you can see...
a little guilt by association.
Yes, you can see how when I place questions to you like this, that people can come to conclusions that you feel are wrong about.
That's true, they could.
What do you think he would have said Had you said that you thought he was unkind to his family?
I think he would have seen me as an enemy if I said that.
Now that's really the truth, isn't it, Mrs. Payne? You
What?
didn't like him very well, did you?
Didn't like him very well. I wasn't trying to hurt him, though.
I say you didn't like him very well.
No, I didn't like him very well.
As a matter of fact, you were having trouble with your own husband at the time, weren't you?
We were separated, planning
Yes.
to get a divorce.
At the time, you were separated, getting a divorce, and Lee and his wife were having trouble, isn't that right?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that you saw this more from your standpoint and Mrs. Oswald's standpoint than from Lee's?
Certainly I heard more from Marina about how her marriage was than I ever heard from Lee. I do think for the historical record, it's important that people understand that Lee was a very ordinary person. That people can kill a president without that being something that shows on them in advance.
Let me ask you a question. Is it really your purpose here to try to defame this man in some way?
I'd like a full picture.
Yes.
I think it's really important for
Yes, so do
history
I.
that a full picture of the man be seen.
Thank you. Now, you never saw Lee in the garage, did you?
Pardon?
You never saw Lee in the garage, did you?
Not that evening, no.
And when you say he left the light on, that's simply a surmise on your part, isn't it? Isn't it, please?
Yes, I knew it wasn't myself, and I didn't think it was Marina. It didn't seem likely.
Now, relative to the garage, anybody else with minimal burglar skills could have got in your garage, isn't that true?
Whether we would have heard them.
And you were at another part of the house,
In the
weren't you?
bedroom.
And you don't know, first of all, let's find out what you do know and what you've surmised and what you don't know and what you've guessed at. First of all, you do not know that there was ever a gun in that house, do you?
I never saw one, that's true.
You don't know that Lee Oswald or anybody else took a gun from that house, do you?
Not from my own observation, no.
You don't know that Lee turned on that light, do you?
It's just my surmise, you're right.
Thank you. Now.
So what do you think? You believe Ruth? Consummate do-gooder Ruth Payne. Just wanted to help. Weird that all of her help led to a president being assassinated, but let's talk a little bit about Marina for a minute. Now, when Marina and Lee get married in Minsk and move over, Marina is the essence of a poverty-stricken communist Russian bride. Baby at bosom. And when Lee is gunned down by piece of shit Jacob Rubenstein, you would think, my God, look at this poor, disheveled Soviet bloc Russian bride, am I right? Well, how did she feel about all this? What did she believe about her husband? She's living with Ruth Payne. What did she think? It's strange that after the assassination, the Warren Commission starts giving her English lessons and buying her new dresses, you know, giving her a good cleanup. Lee had always forbidden her from speaking English or learning the language. I mean, she knew a little bit of it in Minsk. She knew a little English. KGB. You know, she's getting married to a American operative. Excuse me. I mean, defector. He doesn't want her to, you know, learn the language. Spy games. Spy games. Anyway, what did Marina think? Because she went from looking like a poor, disheveled Soviet bloc Russian bride to looking kind of all right. I mean, listen to her confidence. Listen to the confidence that she speaks with when she talks about her husband killing the president.
Marina, do you believe that your husband killed President Kennedy?
I don't want to believe, but I have too much facts, and facts tell me that Lee shot Kennedy.
Did Lee ever tell you that he was going to do this?
He never don't tell me this. And this was a very bad surprise for me.
Wow, spoken with such confidence. Wow, they put evidence in front of me. I don't want to believe it, but, you know, I do. Let's be straight. Let's be real here. I'm going to tell you, I'm not going to beat around the bush. I'm not going to give you the mainstream version. Marina is terrified of being deported. She does not want to be sent back to goddamn Russia. She has kids. And so, she tells them whatever they want to hear. What's this? Marina lied. The devil, you say? That's right. She didn't want to get deported. She was afraid for her kids. She believed that the American government was going to treat her like the Soviet government would. She was afraid for her life, and so she lied and went along with whatever they told her and whatever they gave her, and facts tell her that, oh, her husband did it. But later she recanted. Ooh. Ah, that's weird. Ruth wasn't happy about that.
Soon after the assassination, police found to Ruth's horror that Oswald had kept his rifle hidden in her garage. In a book that Ruth returned with some of Oswald's belongings, authorities found a note from Lee to Marina, implicating Lee in an earlier failed assassination attempt on General Edwin Walker.
And that's so revealing. It's so key to who he was and that he was dangerous, that he had a gun, all of this.
You're convinced Lee Harvey Oswald was the lone assassin?
I am. I haven't seen anything that supports any other conclusion.
Marina left Ruth Payne's Irving home one night after the assassination. Despite Ruth's repeated efforts to contact her, months would pass before the two women spoke again.
We didn't, have a lot to say to each other. I think she was terribly embarrassed by what it had meant in my life. She had known that Lee had tried to kill somebody.
Abandoned by Marina, Ruth Payne was discovered by conspiracy theorists. The Quaker peacenik, the longtime anti-war activist, was labeled by some authors as part of a murderous plot to kill Kennedy and Oswald. Even Marina espouses the general theory.
Yeah, I've had a discussion with her, and she now lumps you in as part of the conspiracy.
Oh, does she really?
Yeah.
That's very sad. That's very sad. She changed somewhere, I don't know, after 5 or 10 years by people getting to her, and I suppose it's more comfortable to believe that.
Ruth Paine is still the consummate do-gooder, devoting most of her time to a Quaker charity and a health clinic in Central America. Though even there, her unwitting collision with history has caused her pain.
There was someone in Nicaragua who'd read one of the plot books, who was sure that I therefore was working for the CIA.
That's a whole other story. Ruth Paine gets kicked out of Nicaragua because they think she's working for the CIA. That's a whole other story. But have you put it together yet? Gaslighting in the truest sense. Oh, honey, come live with me. Your husband can't support you. Oh my God. He's trying to assassinate this right-wing general. He wrote it on my typewriter. Do you see what's happening? Am I the only one that see what's happening? I will... Not I. Ruth! I mean, Oswald, quote, right? Oswald wrote it on Ruth's typewriter that he would blow up a building if they mess with Marina. Like, Ruth's typewriter. You see what's happening here? Like, I think it broke Ruth's heart that Marina kind of recanted, threw her under the bus, said she's part of the plot. Look, another long clip, but this is a fire clip because there's only one time you're gonna be able to see Tom Brokaw get taken down by a fiery Russian woman on 11. And that's here.
Among those who don't believe are Mrs. Kenneth Porter, the former wife of Lee Harvey Oswald, and Larry Howard of the JFK Assassination Information Center, which is an independent research organization, and they join us tonight from Dallas. Mrs. Porter, I want to begin with you. Let me ask you, first of all, when you say that Lee Harvey Oswald, in your judgment now, was innocent, what does that mean? Do you believe that he did not pull the trigger, that he did not fire the fatal shots?
Well, he definitely did not fire the shots according to all the evidence that I have right now. But even if you don't have the evidence, at the beginning, like in 1963, you cannot come to the conclusion that he is a guilty party because he never had been brought to trial by legal means and had been accused by the media, and already premeditated statements have been about his guilt were made public, and now it's so much emphasis on Lee Harvey Oswald, so all the attention mostly concentrated on him or me as some kind of attraction.
All right, the first question that I have for you is that all kinds of ballistic tests show that the bullets in fact came from that rifle. That was his rifle. You took a picture of him with it. His palm prints and fingerprints were all over the school book depository.
You have been misinformed.
Well,
you have been misinformed.
There is a new book out. There is, yes, Mrs. Porter, there is a new book.
Oh, forget about this book. It's like a wallpaper in a room full of termites.
Have you read it?
Just can cover up. No, but I've seen some pieces over there. It's ridiculous.
But this is a man...
If you can snap this on American public, you don't think very much about American people.
Well, but the fact is that, Mrs. Porter, this is a man that you're maligning, a man who is a well-known independent lawyer who has a strong record of independent research, who went back through all of the evidence very carefully, and even people who have been skeptical about the original findings.
That's what he told you. That's what he paid to do. Simply convince people that the Warren Commission from the day one was right. And there's plenty evidence to prove absolutely different. Yeah, but nobody roll up the sleeves and dig in those evidence because it's inconvenient.
Why are you so eager now to protect his memory when at the time you agreed that very likely he was the assassin?
I agree. I said Lee was guilty only after the Warren Commission asked me that question shortly after, and they said, on the basis that all evidence is presented in front of you, and the evidence were presented in front of me, mostly my testimony, and some kind of rifle in front of me, which I identify as Lee, but I'm not expert on it, then lots of questions, my answers have been interpreted through the interpreted back. So I have been accused of giving wrong testimony or inconsistency, for which I do not know if I'm responsible or not, because it doesn't sound like the answers that I gave were entirely my answers, but that's beside the point. Yes, I did believe in government of this country and law, and I assume blindly that what I have been told must be correct.
But the fact is that there have been a number of independent investigations now by independent journalists and by independent authors, and they also have come to the conclusion. They have come to the conclusion.
Not they come to the conclusion. Only one chosen by the government right now, or by whoever who wants to prove that Warren Commission was right. And I'm not here to argue over rights or wrong of Mr. Posner's book, because I'm not wishing to publicize this book.
Mr. Howard, let me ask you a question. You've become
let me talk to you. When you get your facts straight, then I think you ought to do the interview. Until you get them straight, I don't think we ought to sit here and listen to you. Mr. Posner, who did the book, was up here for 2 weeks in my center. I offered him my phones, my archives. Right. The man's not very bright. He never asked me one question. So when you get your facts straight, we'll continue with the interview.
Mr. Howard, you can take your earpiece out. I think that shows you how eager you are to pursue the truth, because the fact is that Mr. Posner has a meticulous record of examination and investigation. He investigated the Mannlicher case.
I'll stand my ground and I'll argue with you.
I've seen a number of conspiracy theories over the years that have been put forward or posited, and almost all of them have been knocked down, including the grassy knoll.
Okay, that's fine. Let's go have an open symposium with all the facts presented to the public. It will be just wonderful. And invite Mr. What's his name? Posner on it. That will be fine. I read one thing in the USA or whatever, where he's promoting his book, and he described in the Zapruder film everything backwards, how everything splashed forward. And this is not so. Warren Commission conclusions came only from the few shots not even showing entirely Zapruder film. What kind of investigation is that?
Well, but that was just the beginning of the investigation, and now there have been...
Okay, then let's come another one. I know how I have been used. I know people who betrayed me and this and that. I live in this country for 30 years. I did not come to this conclusion for the sheer convenience of me, because it's not. I'm willing to pay my price, but with all this doing, America paying a price for it too.
I'm sorry that Mr. Howard left there, because one of the things that I wanted to ask was whether or not you have been befriended by a lot of these people who continue to believe that there was a conspiracy.
I also was befriended by people from the government who betrayed me and lied to me.
Do you think
and I'm open-minded. People in the research center, people who write pro-conspiracy books, they're not accurate. They have to protect their ego. They tell lies about this and this and that. And I'll be the last person who will believe all this.
Is there ever a day, Mrs. Porter?
Okay, show me.
Is there ever a day when it goes out of your mind? Is there ever a day when you can set this aside, that terrible event of 1963?
If that was true, I would be ready to accept it right now. But when I hear lies from television, I don't think it's fair for American people to be hearing all that. And I would like to take opportunity to ask Mr. Clinton, our president, to have a pardon for Lee Harvey Oswald for the crime that he did not commit. And that can be proven in a court of law very easily, but I'm not permitted to go there.
Mrs. Porter, thank you for all of your candor.
Thank you for all of your candor, Miss Porter. So, why do I call Ruth Paine the spook of conspiracies present? Well, the house that she shared with Marina, where a gun was not found. What have I told you? Old Ruth Paine still around. You can go to that house. It's a national landmark. can stand in that very spot. How in the fuck did they manage to get this house as a national landmark? The house that Ruth Payne and Oswald's wife. Oh, I didn't even talk about the lesbian stag films, the 16mm lesbian stag films and projector that were part of the items collected from that garage, along with the blanket that didn't contain a rifle. I neglected to mention that Ruth wrote to the police adamantly wanting those letters to Marina and those films back. But nevertheless, you can set foot in the house where it happened. That's weird. That's weird, right? Present day, like, why the fuck did Ruth Payne get her house declared a national fucking monument?
It's amazing.
Are getting their look inside a small South Irving home that earned a place in history.
It was certainly, the world came to our door.
The story is long, but the simple version goes like this. Go back 50 years. Ruth Payne lived here and invited a friend to stay over. That friend was married to Lee Harvey Oswald. Oswald was living here when, according to investigators, he killed President John F. Kennedy.
The story we're trying to tell here is how just a simple suburban housewife, through some acts of goodwill towards another person, got thrust into the national spotlight.
The city of Irving bought the home and converted it into the Ruth Payne House Museum. Walking through the home, guests at this pre-opening reception immediately noticed the 1960s era furnishings.
We came from the same generation, I think.
Charlene Huggins is struck by what she is seeing.
It's kind of chilling. It brings back a lot of memories of that era. And I remember the day exactly when it happened.
Well, I thought it was amazing. I was really surprised because as a kid I played in that house.
Patrice Foster's family was friends with the Paynes.
I played with the kids. I even met Lee.
You met Lee?
Yes.
Your impressions?
Oh, she always just said, stay away from Lee, don't disturb him. So we just, we were kids. We were just running around the house.
This is weird, right? This is all fucking weird. Lee Harvey Oswald, the loner. Man, so many people knew Lee Harvey Oswald. It's weird, right? Guys, this is weird. Look at this. Hold on. Look at this. They have holograms of reenactments in the Ruth Payne home. You can go to Ruth Payne's house and they have holograms of This is weird, right? The spook of conspiracies present. But there's one more person that we have to talk about in this house before we move on. You might have seen her a little bit. See Lee Harvey Oswald's mom, Marguerite Oswald. Oh, hang on. I need a drink for this. Because it's about to get real weird, guys. Strap in if you've hung in with me so far. Well, you're ready to crank that spook into overdrive. Marguerite Oswald, Lee Harvey Oswald's mother, is also in the background constantly in this time. Marguerite Oswald. I'm gonna leave this up for a minute. Because I want you. Take a good look. What are some notable characteristics? She's kind of pretty. She has a very distinctive smile, right? Very distinctive. All through her life, very distinctive smile. Nice teeth. Nice teeth. That last picture, I want you to focus on that last picture because that last picture is 1960. That's just a few years before the Kennedy assassination, okay? All right? Marguerite Oswald with her nice teeth, still looking kind of pretty. Right? That's Marguerite Oswald. Now I want to ask you, who the fuck is this woman? Because all of a sudden, 1963, Marguerite Oswald gains a whole lot of weight, looking all saggy. She's got three, one under the eye, two by the nose, and three down here somewhere. Three very distinctive moles, some big old cat's eye glasses, you know, to hide her features. This is Marguerite Oswald in 1963. This is Marguerite Oswald prior. Are these even the same people? Like, I don't normally get into this conjectural stuff when we get into conspiracies. I like to keep it a paper trail, but I gotta ask. Because we're getting into spook shit here. Are these the same people? Because busted grill, right? Look at this busted grill. Look at this. Look at this nice, pretty smile. All the way up to 1960 and then 1963. Busted ass fucking grill. What is going on here? Weird things are afoot here around Ruth Payne's house. I mean, it's not like Marguerite Oswald, quote unquote. It's not like she gave any kind of interview saying that, you know, Lee got into Marxism when reading about the Rosenbergs when they lived in North Dakota, even though officially they never lived in North Dakota. I mean, it's not like that happened or anything. And I mean, it's not like anybody made any kind of it's not like anybody wrote a letter saying that they knew a Lee Harvey Oswald in North Dakota who was reading communist books and talking about how they wanted to kill the president. I mean, it's not like anything weird like that ever happened. Marguerite Oswald. Okay. Your son has just been gunned down by a shady mobster. Your son. You can equate this to seeing body cam footage on YouTube nowadays. How would that feel? Like watching your son be killed in front of millions of people, what would your reaction be? What was Marguerite Oswald's reaction to seeing her son killed on live TV?
No matter what kind of preparation you had, could anything prepare you for seeing a scene like that? Certainly you must have felt something.
Yes, of course I did. I immediately went to the screen, and I went as close to the screen as I possibly could, because I wanted to catch every word that my son said. I had asked the officials to show me this picture, because this would have helped me in my immediate investigation, but I was denied that privilege. So this was the very first time, and of course, I didn't even know that particular film was going to come on. And immediately when I realized that Lee was leaving the detective's office, as I said, I went as close to the picture as I possibly could. And I saw the protection that he had. He was wide open. The men were on either side of him, and there was no one in front of him at all. And then, of course, I saw Jack Ruby shoot my son.
You're certain, Mrs. Oswald, that your son could not have killed the president and could not have killed Patrolman Tippett?
Well, my investigation shows nothing other than that Lee was a patsy, and this is a frame-up. I don't say I'm right.
Who's framing him, Mrs. Oswald?
Well, I wished I had the time to go into the complete story, and you must understand that there's many, many aspects to this case. Who framed Lee Harvey Oswald? That my investigation shows that our trouble is in our State Department, that there are a few men in our State Department who wanted President Kennedy out of the way. I'm a very unpopular person.
Do you really believe this, Mrs. Oswald?
It isn't that I believe this. It is because I think I have circumstantial evidence to back me up.
What evidence do you have to support?
Well, I have documents that are not explanatory. I went before the commission with my documents.
You said something to the effect the FBI should have kept a watch on your son while the president was visiting Dallas. Were you imputing any guilt on his part by that statement?
No. I say, the day before, I think, I watched on television or read in the paper, where, of course, all of the agents were in Dallas preparing the visit of President Kennedy's security. And so I will say, since my son had defected to Russia, he should have been under surveillance. And had he been under surveillance for the president's journey to Dallas, then President Kennedy would be alive today, and so would my son. And that is security protection. He is a known, I hate to use the word, but I will use it, character.
Oh no, not a character.
And all known characters were being screened and would be under surveillance while President Kennedy was making his tour of Dallas. So then why wasn't Lee Harvey Oswald, a known defector, not under surveillance?
Mrs. Oswald, then how do you account for the statement which you made the other night, quoted on television, that had your son been under surveillance, both he and the president would still be alive?
That's right. That's a very simple statement. I had seen where the Dallas was going to be screened and that they were going to pick up any known characters, any crazy people, in order to protect the president. So since my son was a known defector, he should have been under surveillance. And if my son had been under surveillance, then President Kennedy would be alive today, because you are accusing my son. You are accusing my son. He is the accused assassin. I have to face that fact. That's what I mean. And so would my son be alive.
Mrs. Oswald?
Mrs. Oswald, it's been said that you had a suspicion that your son might have been a U.S. intelligence agent. Do you have that suspicion?
Yes, this I will comment on. I believe that Lee is an intelligent agent. And I have stated so to the Warren Commission.
What was your basis for that?
I have many, many documents to base that on. I have as much circumstantial evidence saying that Lee is an agent, as the Dallas police has circumstantial evidence that Lee is the murderer of President Kennedy.
A U.S. agent? You mean that your evidence is circumstantial also? Is that what you mean?
Well, if I could prove it, I would say so, but who can prove who's a CIA man?
I got dressed as quickly as I could. I went down to the paper, and I was just trying to help them on the city desk, and somehow or another they'd sent everybody to Dallas. There was nobody there to answer the phone. I mean, we'd never had a story like this. And I'm sitting there on the desk just trying to field phone calls, and a woman calls and says, "Is there anybody there and give me a ride to Dallas?" And I said, "Lady, we don't run a taxi here, and besides, the president's been shot." And she said, "Well, I just heard on the radio, I think they have said my son is the one they've arrested." And it was Lee Harvey Oswald's mother. And so I wrote down her address. I had a TR4 sports car in those days, and I knew I couldn't take her to Dallas and that. I told her, I said, I'll be out there to get you. And I went to the auto editor of the paper, who was Bill Foster, and he was driving a Cadillac that week. The two of us went out to the west side of Fort Worth, and there, standing on the corner at this address she had given us at the curb, was this little woman, gray-haired woman, big black horn-rimmed glasses with a blue travel bag. And it was Marguerite Oswald. Marina was his wife. And she got in the back seat with me. Bill Foster drove, and we drove her over to Dallas. And I interviewed her on the way, and she was one of the strangest people I've ever interviewed. She immediately began talking about how people would feel sorry for his wife and give her money, and nobody would feel sorry for her, and she would starve to death. Now, mind you, the president's body was not cold yet, and she's already talking about how no one will give her any money. And it was so awful, some of the things she said, that I just didn't put them in the story. And I think if I had, we might have had an earlier understanding and a better understanding of who Lee Harvey Oswald was, and because this woman was truly deranged.
Truly deranged. After its 1978 investigation of the assassination, the House Select Committee on Assassinations found that Marguerite Oswald was acquainted with several men associated with lieutenants in Carlos Marcello's organized crime family. Oh, there's that name again. The godfather of New Orleans crime. After the Kennedy assassination and subsequent murder of her son, Oswald maintained her son's innocence and claimed that he was an agent of the CIA. And during her later years, she was willing to grant media interviews for compensation. Oswald also charged for her signature and would sell expired licenses and library cards for $200 each. Sometimes she could be found in Dealey Plaza selling autographed business cards to tourists. She's remembered as really different, weird as can be, a self-centered, seriously deranged person whose only interests seem to be money. Weird. So, we're no closer, though, to answering the Christmas question. What is the meaning of Conspiracy Christmas? Who is Lee Harvey Oswald? Why does he look kinda different, kinda sorta similar in different pictures? Why is his mom, is she the same person? I don't know. It's all weird. I'm going to tell you Lee Harvey Oswald's not who you think he is, and here's why. We're gonna go deep down the rabbit hole, folks. We are past the looking glass, people. Black is white, white is black, cats and dogs living together, mass hysteria. I'm going to posit to you, we're off the record here. Nobody's listening, right? Just you folks. I'm gonna posit to you, these are either Harvey Lee Oswald, O.H. Lee Alec Heidel Oswald. Either he was taken out by Jack Ruby because he invented the cure for receding hairline baldness, or I'm going to posit a second theory. These are not the same people. Lee Harvey Oswald's not who you think he is, and I don't even mean the Russia stuff. Here's what I mean. The person that you call Lee Harvey Oswald is an amalgamation of different people. Whoa, what? I don't know. Why is he in Mexico City looking like this? This is, we're supposed to believe that this is Lee Harvey Oswald in Mexico City? That's the same guy? That's Lee Harvey Oswald? No. I'll tell you who that is. That's Gary Hemming. What? Yes, Gary Hemming. He is he's the leader of a CIA contracted mercenary guerrilla team operating in Cuba called Interpen. International Penetration Force. Now I know that sounds like an awesome 80s action porno. But no, it's a real thing. Anti-Castro Cuban death squads contracted by the CIA. Do you see where this is going? Why would this guy be in Mexico? It's Lee Harvey Oswald. And if you doubt that that's not Gary Hemming, well, then let me posit that that's Gary Hemming with his Interpen buddies standing in the goddamn same pose, thumb in his fucking waistband. Kinda see where this is going? I told you, this would be Spook City. Welcome to Conspiracy Christmas, everybody. Because I hate to break it to you, but Oswald was probably part of this thing called Project AE Balcony, where the goal was to get a Russian-speaking defector into the Soviet Union. Sounding familiar? Now, think about it. It's the height of the Cold War. Plausible deniability. You get multiple people, all named Lee Harvey Oswald, Harvey Lee Oswald, O.H. Lee, Alec Heidel. You get all of these people who kind of, sort of, I don't know, sort of look alike. And you get a Russian-speaking defector into the Soviet Union. right? And you have plausible deniability because, hey, if he gets caught, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Lee Harvey Oswald's living over here in the United States. We've got Lee Harvey Oswald right here. What are you talking about? Think about it, it's the height of the Cold War. You don't think it's beyond the realm of possibility to take orphans who speak Russian and mold them into moles? Meanwhile, you've got multiple Lee Harvey Lee Oswalds all running around. I'm gonna posit to you this conspiracy Christmas that the Lee Harvey Oswald that you know, that you've always known, is not who you think it is, because it's an amalgamation of multiple people all running around under different, kind of similar aliases. They kind of look the same, they kind of don't. And when it comes time to create a case against Lee Harvey Oswald in the killing of J.D. Tippit, therefore the killing of the president, that the Lee Harvey Oswald that you know and love is not who you think he is, because he's an amalgamation of all these different things. Sure, he probably wasn't a commie. He was probably a mole to rout out pro-Castro Cubans within New Orleans by distributing pro-Castro pamphlets. Right? An agent provocateur. Lee Harvey Oswald, not who you think he is, and that, my friends, will take us to our third and final spook of the evening. If only we could find one of these Lee Harvey Oswald duplicates. If only. What if I told you that the secret may lie? Ooh. In our third spook, the spook of conspiracies yet to come. In that time, in your time, in my time, in all times. Whoa! This is gonna get wild. Strap in. I hope you have the energy. I do. What if I were to tell you? What if I were to tell you that, yeah, we could explore one of these Oswald duplicates. People were impersonating Oswald, you say? There were multiple Oswalds? What if I were to tell you that our third spook was the real Oswald? The spook of conspiracies yet to come. Oswald. Oswald's duplicate, the real Oswald. Lord Omar Khayyam Ravenhurst the Third. What? Spirit? You've lost your goddamn mind. That looks nothing like Oswald. What are you talking about? I told you. This was a conspiracy Christmas carol. And the third spook, the spook of conspiracies yet to come, is a strange one. You can never believe what you hear or see when it comes to our third spook. That looks nothing like Oswald. What if I were to tell you that we don't have time to get into the Clay Shaw trial? That will have to be its own episode. But what if I were to tell you that Perry Russo, interviewed by Garrison in the Clay Shaw trial, he described Oswald as having sort of blonde hair with a husky beard, a typical beatnik, extremely dirty. He said that Oswald was a person whom David Ferry, remember David Ferry? The guy with the fake eyebrows who was molesting kids? Whom Ferry had introduced him to as his roommate. So, David Ferry's roommate is a bearded beatnik. And Russo reported seeing them together, talking in a car at Ferry's service station, and described a plot along with Clay Shaw and a rifle-toting, quote, Leon Oswald at Ferry's apartment, with Russo having visited mid-September 1963. Russo said Ferry told him, quote, "We are going to kill John F. Kennedy and it won't be long." Or what about the time that Oswald is seen practicing firing his rifle on a range and he's, quote, "I saw him, a man believed to be identical with Oswald, and he was accompanied by another man, tall, dark hair, dark complexion, full beard." Further stated the man was 24 years of age, 6 feet tall, and having a very large feet. His hair was a beatnik style. I want you to take a moment and to go down the rabbit hole with me and go far beyond the CIA, George Bush, Mafia did it, and explore another facet for a moment. Beatniks. Yes! Beatniks. You didn't see that coming, did you? I mean, it's not like there was a popular nightclub in the Fort Worth area. They catered to beatniks. Oh, wait. No, there was. Whoa, Daddy-O. Far out. The Cellar? I want to get hip to that, cat. I mean... The Cellar. Internationally notorious, specializing in coffee and confusion. Bring your own bottle, continuous loud live entertainment from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. 7 days a week. Evil, spelled backwards, is live. Come live it up with us. You'll enjoy the sights and sounds. I mean, it's not like you needed a private invitation to get in or anything. I mean, it's not like the owner of the cellar had like relations with the district attorney and went on hunting trips with him. Far out, man. What? Huh. Coincidence, right? I mean, it's not like the seller had the owner of the cellar had any connections to Jack Ruby, and that, you know, just shortly before Ruby shot Oswald, he wired money to one of the dancers at the cellar, and that he used waitresses at the cellar to recruit as dancers at the Carousel Club in Dallas. What? No. Far out, Daddy-O. It's not like they got raided by the Fuzz because they were having basically topless shows, and they were basically a strip club, you know, running illegally.
Can you give us an idea of just what this is all about? You've been quoted as saying that the Fuzz is bugging you all the time.
They fell on us Thursday night about 8:30 with every axe they had. And, man, they made it a little strong for us. They brought the fire department, health department, everything. They ran over us, came in, said they wanted to close us, and started looking for a crutch. I don't understand it. The whole thing kind of bugs me because all I want to do is just make the place swing, and we got 400 or 500 real cool people that are running around on the streets with no place to go. They're like they're lost sheep.
Well, it's not like they had like far left politics or anything.
Democratic Party. For that, you will have to go to the more intellectual people of the party. I realize I'm a lamb in the woods as far as political bits go. But as precinct chairman, I don't need this great amount of knowledge. I can do this job because it doesn't require this. All it requires is a knowledge of the democratic system. The reason I am running for precinct chairman for politics is because I feel it's about time that the Democratic Party and all parties of the United States system get some honest men in politics. In Fort Worth, we have nothing but corrupt politicians, and it's time we got these out of there. Someday we'll have clean government in Fort Worth. It'll take 10 years, 12 years, 14 years, but we'll get it someday. I walk along the river. I see long green reeds playing in the wind. I'm simply trying to be an honest man in politics. Look at it this way. I am not trying to change the whole United States. I am simply trying to get the riffraff out of politics. It's about time someone like us got in it.
I truly want this office. It's one of the most important things in my life. Live, get that? Well, first, I want to say the poll tax. The poll tax that we have here in Texas is unconstitutional, unfair. You've already seen what it did to my running mate, Peter Gill. Now, if we're going to allow good men to be put out of their right to hold office by a little $1.75, we're pretty little people. The second thing I want to mention is our city jails. What do you think of our city jails? Those dungeons they call cells.
man. I mean, it's not like they held political rallies with tiki torches, dressed like warlocks. Beatniks. I want you to consider Beatniks. I mean, it's not like the Secret Service got piss-ass drunk at the cellar the night before the assassination.
He landed at Carswell Air Force Base. 10,000 people turned out. It was one of the most wonderful evenings. People, it was like the circus had come to town. They were so excited to see him. And all this huge crowd came and showed up there. Well, when I finally got off work that night, I went up to the Fort Worth Press Club. We kept the press club open that night for the visiting reporters who were traveling, the White House Press Corps, and it was a big deal for us to go up there and get to see all these famous bylines that we had just seen, but we didn't know who these people were. And so we went up there for a while, and then of all things, one of the reporters from Washington said, "We've heard about this place called the Cellar in Fort Worth, and what is that?" So we get over there, and lo and behold, what we discover, they've all heard about the cellar. They all want to go down to the cellar. So Phil and I were sort of appointed to be the official guides, and we took them all down there, and everybody had a great time. And some of the Secret Service detail, they were all off duty, and they decided they wanted to go too. So they came along, and they were later really criticized for being up late and for drinking. I don't know if they were drinking or not. I've always said I didn't see any of them drinking anything down there, and maybe they did, maybe they didn't. But anyway, it was the dawn was breaking when the party finally broke up, and we all went home, which was why I was sound asleep the next day when my brother came in and woke me up and told me President Kennedy had been shot.
Later on, the Warren Commission started doing its reports. We were contacted by the Secret Service, and more or less they explained to us that Kennedy's death was due to just the act of a lone madman. And the Secret Service name has been blackened enough. And when you go to the Warren Commission, which you will be, is what they told us, that we would appreciate you wouldn't just mention that they were drinking Everclear, And so Kirkwood said, sure. Well, so we just told them they were drinking grapefruit juice at the Secret Service request.
They were just getting loaded on Everclear. Told it was grapefruit juice at the cellar. I want you to consider Beatniks. With that in mind, our third spook, the spook, conspiracies yet to come. Carrie Wendell Thornley. He goes by a lot of different names. This is Oswald. Oh. Spirits, you've lost your goddamn mind. Well, who is this person? Why are they so important? Why am I devoting a third of this stream to a beatnik? I want you to meet Carrie Wendell Thornley in his own words.
Exclusive. Another conspirator who raced his friend, Lee Harvey Oswald, to kill the president.
I want him dead. I would have shot him myself. I would have stood there with a rifle and pulled the trigger if I'd had the chance. I wanted to shoot him. I wanted to assassinate him very much.
You have just seen and heard a man called Kerry Thornley, who used the exotic background of New Orleans as his headquarters for a deranged plot to assassinate President John F. Kennedy. His one regret, his good friend and Marine buddy Lee Harvey Oswald got there before him. In fact, he was so close to Oswald that he even wrote a book about him before the assassination. Now again, listen to the words of Kerry Thornley and shudder.
I wanted him dead. I would have shot him myself. I would have stood there with a rifle and pulled the trigger if I'd had the chance. I told the Secret Service, I said the only reason I didn't kill him was because I wasn't in the right place at the right time with a gun.
The world met Kerry Thornley in 1964 when he testified before the Warren Commission. In 1968, New Orleans District Attorney Jim Garrison charged him with perjury in the conspiracy to kill President Kennedy. Garrison got it all wrong.
If I met him, I would say, Garrison, you should not have gone after me for perjury. You should have gone after me for conspiracy to commit murder. I did not commit perjury. However, I was involved in a conspiracy to murder John F. Kennedy.
In Jim Garrison's book, On the Trail of the Assassins, the basis of Oliver Stone's hit movie JFK, the former district attorney alleges that Thornley impersonated Oswald to set him up as a patsy in the assassination.
Jim Garrison thought that I was impersonating Oswald or that I was coaching others to do so as to frame Oswald for the Kennedy assassination so that the true assassins could escape. Garrison thought that I double-crossed Oswald, that I set Oswald up for the assassination, which offended me enormously. I said I would gladly have killed Kennedy. I wouldn't have betrayed Oswald, though.
Thornley is still angry. He would never betray Oswald. They were in the same Marine outfit in 1959. They looked alike, they thought alike, and they acted off the same script of life. They were buddies. Did you like him?
He was intellectual, he was well-read, he was intelligent, he was funny. Yeah, I liked him a lot, you know.
Thornley, as a young man, liked Oswald so much that from this apartment on Napoleon Street in the French Quarter of New Orleans, wrote this book called Idle Warriors, in which Oswald appears as the hero. And that was 1 year before the assassination. That manuscript landed Thornley a grueling session in front of the Warren Commission. Then, an indictment by DA Jim Garrison. The book was locked away as part of evidence. When you think of John F. Kennedy being assassinated, do you feel anything inside?
My only regret is that it led to the war in Vietnam. That's my only regret about it at all. Other than that, I'd as soon shoot him all over again. You know, I think he was a bastard. I still think he was a bastard for different reasons now than I did then.
Thornley's boasting hatred of Kennedy, his friendship with Oswald in the Marines, the fact he lionized Oswald in his manuscript and bore a credible resemblance to the accused killer, well, that got Thornley an invitation to a party he desperately wanted to join.
Brother-in-law said, Kerry, I think John F. Kennedy is a menace to this country and I think he ought to be assassinated. And I said, so do I.
Thornley and brother-in-law plotted the ways to kill Kennedy for the next year, up until 2 weeks before he was actually assassinated.
2 weeks before the assassination, he says, the only remaining question is who to frame for it. And I says, why do you want to frame somebody for it? And he says, people need answers. He says, I figure I'll frame some jailbird. And I said, why don't you just frame some communist? And he smirked, you know. I have my suspicions that whoever I was talking to out there in Harahan, Louisiana, was at the center of the conspiracy. Whoever he was, yeah. The man I call brother-in-law, I think he was. Close to it, if not at the very center.
Thornley, not surprisingly, is an extreme right-winger. However, he has never risen to a job higher than a doorman. He says he hated Kennedy because he believed the president had tried to exclude extremists from the political process.
I felt he was dangerous about freedom of speech and about economics.
The Warren Commission, why didn't you talk about your conspiracies previously?
I talked to everybody who'd listen about killing Kennedy the whole time I was down here for 3 years, you know. They didn't ask me, I wasn't going to bring it up, you know. It didn't seem relevant. I thought Oswald did it anyway. It didn't seem relevant to me, you know.
Thornley says he no longer believes killing people is the solution to political problems.
Wow, good for him. I'm glad that he believes that. But that's a lot of tall tales. What do you believe? Are you skeptical? Do do believe some of it. Carrie Thornley, Lord Omar Khayyam Ravenhurst III, claims he knew Oswald. He was in the Marines with Oswald. What do you believe? I want you to understand something. A lot of the character that is attributed to Lee Harvey Oswald in the time that he's in the Marines is attributed in the Warren Commission through Carrie Thornley's testimony of knowing Lee Harvey Oswald. He supposedly wrote a book about Oswald before the assassination where he was the main character and he defected to Russia. Whoa! And you're saying, Spirit, oh, this is all just some guy with a tall tale to tell, and you're not wrong, because things are not always as they seem with our friend Carrie Thornley. Or else I wouldn't save him for our final spook, because the rabbit hole's about to get very deep, people. You're saying, oh, he didn't look that much like Oswald, but no. What if I were to tell you he did kind of look a bit like Oswald? Jim Garrison thought that he was a double for Oswald. Tall tales, large claims from Carrie Thornley. But what evidence do we have to back those claims up? Well, we know that he was transferred to El Toro, California, where Lee Harvey Oswald was, and we know that he traveled to Atsugi Air Force Base, where Lee Harvey Oswald was doing U-2 spy plane reconnaissance. And then he Thornley, temporarily received tactical instruction in Washington, D.C. Under biochemical warfare agents, aka LSD. And then he rejoined his unit at Atsugi with Oswald. And then it became apparent in the early 1960s that there was a CIA operation being conducted out of the old post office building in the Lafayette Square. Wow, where have we heard about that before? That's the corner where Lee Harvey Oswald had his pro-Castro hands off Cuba committee. And where Bannister had his office. Wow, where have we heard about that before? Guy Bannister moved into the Newman building across the street from the old post office building in Lafayette Square, and Carrie Thornley just happened to live in Fred's Inn across from Lafayette Square, across from the complex. There's only a few people who would have had keys to the post office, which was a CIA front, and one of them would have been Carrie Thornley, quote unquote, freelance writer. So, by his own admission, even though he says he didn't know Oswald was in New Orleans, he was also there in New Orleans after Oswald left the military, following Oswald around, documenting his actions. He was there to document the events for his novel, his unpublished novel about Oswald that was published later. So, when we go back to that statement that we read before about Perry Russo saying that he saw Oswald with David Ferry and Clay Shaw and Guy Bannister, and that he was a dirty, blonde hair, husky, bearded beatnik. Well, I only know one blonde hair, dirty, bearded beatnik that's running around in the same area as Oswald in New Orleans, and that's Carrie Thornley. Oh.
Bum, bum, bum.
Interesting. So, this guy who kind of sort of looked like Oswald, kind of didn't look like Oswald. He gets subpoenaed because of basically the same information that you and I just looked over. This is all very spooky. But, and this is important, after Carrie Thornley is brought in by Jim Garrison, has a change of heart. Are you confused? Yeah, you should be. I knew Oswald. No, I didn't know Oswald. Yeah, I was part of a conspiracy. No, I wasn't part of a conspiracy. Carrie Thornley has a change of heart, and all of a sudden all of his denying about knowing Oswald, he believes that he was part of a conspiracy.
And then in 1968, Jim Garrison issued a press release saying that I was an employee of the CIA and that he had subpoenaed me to appear before the grand jury. And a couple of days later, the subpoena arrived. I wound up, I waffled back and forth between fighting extradition and going to, finally at the last minute, I decided to go down there and testify. Garrison charged me with perjury for denying that I had met with Oswald in the Bourbon House in New Orleans in 1963, in September of that year, just previous to the assassination. I had not seen Oswald since I'd been out of the Marines. I had not been aware that he was in New Orleans. And there were a lot of coincidences. I mean, not only had I met Guy Bannister, David Ferry, Clay Shaw, so by 1975, I was disposed to think that I must have been connected with the Kennedy assassination in some way besides Oswald, in some way that I didn't understand.
Interesting. Whoa, man, far out. We're getting real deep. Was he or was he not? Spirit, you're going down a rabbit hole. Maybe I am. Maybe this is going nowhere. Maybe not. But let's not overlook the fact that Carrie Thornley is a huge character witness for Lee Harvey Oswald at the time that he is in the Marines. But let's establish something about Carrie Thornley very quickly. Let's read from the man himself. This is from the Warren Commission. Describe yourself in that respect. Where are you? Are you a middle of the roader? Carrie Thornley. I would say I'm an extreme rightist. I would call myself a libertarian, which is what I believe in the complete sovereignty of the individual, or at least as much individual liberty as is practical under any given system. You don't have to be an extreme rightist to believe in the sovereignty of the individual. Thornley, well, it is getting that way in this country today. At least most people who listen to me talk call me a rightist. I wouldn't say either. I think the political spectrum was fine for France at the time of the revolution. I don't think it applies to the United States of America today in any respect whatsoever. I don't think you can call a man an extreme leftist, rightist, or middle of the roader and have him classified that simply. So, understand that Kerry Thornley sees himself as an extreme far-right libertarianist. He talks about Ayn Rand. Understand that's his perspective of himself as is a far-righter. And he's a character witness for extreme leftist communist pro-Castro advocating Lee Harvey Oswald. Interesting. So, let's read more. And how did we come to Lee Harvey Oswald, the character that we envision of the consummate loner, constantly bucking the system in the name of the leftist working man's politics? Well, did you think it went beyond that, his unkemptness or his sloppiness? It did go beyond that, because he seemed to be a person who would go out of his way to get in trouble, get some officer or staff sergeant mad at him. He would make wise remarks. He had a general bitter attitude towards the Corps. He would pull his hat down over his eyes so he wouldn't have to look at anything around him or go walking around, very Beetle Bailey style. What is Beetle Bailey? Beetle Bailey is a comic strip character who walks around with his hat over his eyes, very much as Oswald did. You want to keep in mind, Mr. Thornley, I am an old man and there are things I don't pick up or get hep to. This is nothing recent. This is a comic strip that has been around for quite a few years. Now, I get that you folks probably don't know what Beetle Bailey is. But let me tell you that in 1963, Beetle Bailey was no new thing. So, understand what we're talking about, who we're talking to. Kerry Thornley, this hep, cool, beatnik, who is on record as describing the character of Lee Harvey Oswald as he knew him when he was in the Marine Corps, is describing Beetle Bailey, the person that he's talking to in the Warren Commission. I'm an old man, I don't know what you're referencing here, right? Keep that in mind. Put a pin in that. You'll go on and tell us about his personality, all right. Including all physical characteristics or habits. I think I have covered all physical characteristics. His shoes were always unshined. As I mentioned, he walked around with the bill of his cap down over his eyes, and you got the impression that he was doing this so he wouldn't have to look at anything around him. And he was doing so that he wouldn't have to be assigned additional work, or no. He was just doing that. This is just an attempt, I think, on his part to blot out the military so he wouldn't have to look at it. He wouldn't have to think about it. Just, in fact, I think I think he made the comment to the effect at one time that when he had the bill of his cap over his eyes so he could see as little as possible because he didn't like what he had to look at. He had, as I remember, he had a sense of humor, and I can only think of a couple of examples of it, but I only have been able to think of a couple examples over the past few months, but I get the strong general impression in my mind that there was some more examples I don't remember. Well, you draw on your recollection as best you can and keep telling me now in your own words. I won't try to interrupt you. All right. So one example was, I remember, of course, that it's well known in the outfit that, or popularly believed that Oswald had communist sympathies. And you didn't share this view? Not as much as some did. And while there was popularly believed, I mentioned this as kind of a framework for the significance of Oswald's comment, Master Sergeant Spire out of Section Chief, jump, blah, 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 right. You get the point. He was a dick. This brought laughs at the time, and he got me to read 1984. And as I had mentioned earlier, this is one of his favorites. Now remember, this interviewer doesn't understand what Beale Bailey is, and he asks Carrie Thornley, "Tell me what 1984 was." He doesn't know what 1984. So, Thornley says this was a book about, in its projection, a future supposed to take place in 1984 in which England was in a complete police state. It is, I would say, an anti-utopian novel by George Orwell, a criticism of English socialism and what it might lead to based upon Orwell's experiences with communism and Nazism. His observances about society in which a mythical leader called Big Brother dominates everybody's life, and there are television cameras on every individual. Hang on.
Bum, bum, bum.
Television cameras on every individual. Watching every individual at all times, watching his every act, where sex is practically outlawed and where the world is perpetually at war, and three big police states constantly at war with one another, and where thought police keep every and all citizens in line. Oswald would often compare the Marine Corps with the system of government outlined in 1984. I remember one day when we were loading equipment by way of protest against the Marine Corps. Yes, humorously, satirically, one day as we were unloading, moving a radar scope off a truck and it slipped, he said, quote, "Be careful with Big Brother's equipment." It was things like this. He did a lot of that. I remember one day I was walking along with my hands in my pocket, which is something you don't do in the service. If you are in infantry outfit, you don't dare. Things are a little lax in our outfit, so if we could get away with it once in a while. So I happened to be walking along with my hands in my pockets, and suddenly I heard a voice, "Hey, Smith, Winston," and rattle off a serial number. "Get your hands out of your pockets," which was a direct quote from 1984. These are the only examples of Oswald's particular aspect of Oswald's character that I recall. Now, fascinating. Remember, this ain't no little thing. Carrie Thornley, hello, Batwing. Carrie Thornley is one of the leading character witnesses for Lee Harvey Oswald for the time that he is in the military. And what's he saying? Oh man, he was like walking around like Beetle Bailey, man. He didn't like give a shit about shit. And like he was like always quoting 1984, man. Because that was like his favorite book. 1984. This, you know, Marxist, this far left radical Marxist communist. His favorite book was 1984. Do you find that kind of weird? Do you find like a discrepancy in that? Well, guess what? You're not the only one. I thought that was weird too. Wait, Oswald's favorite book is 1984? He's a far left radical communist, and his favorite book is 1984? Other people thought that was weird too. In fact, people in the Warren Commission, they labeled 1984 as an anti-communist classic, which bewildered them. Because why would Lee Harvey Oswald, who's a red, be reading 1984? This is his favorite book. Well, according to Carrie Thornley, Oswald made up his mind that sooner or later the world was going to be dominated by superstates, and that sooner or later we were going to have to get to like Big Brother, and you might as well do it sooner or later. And that was apparently the inference that I drew from Thornley about this is what Oswald didn't have any objection to this. Thornley did testify that when he red baited Oswald, Oswald got mad and never spoke to him again. This is all very strange. Carrie Thornley described himself as a far-right libertarian. That's what he said. And yet they're hanging out, him and this far-left Marxist buddy, Lee Harvey Oswald, in the Marines, at Atsugi Air Force Base, talking about 1984. And that Lee Harvey Oswald was an Orwellian communist. Carrie Thornley is and was nuts. But not that nuts. To do with Carrie Thornley in any of his political colors, a red Lee Harvey Oswald would have had nothing to do with. Strange, right? Strange that far left, pro-Castro, pro-communist Lee Harvey Oswald, that his character witness is a far-right libertarian obsessed with free speech. Put a pin in that. If you think that's weird, you're not alone, because Carrie Thornley was arrested. Oh, wow. Bum, bum. On suspicion of being a doppelganger for Oswald. Wow. I'm gonna posit something to you. I'm gonna posit why does 1984 make no sense? He had his hat pulled down over his eyes so he wouldn't have to look at anything. He was walking around very Beetle Bailey style. His favorite book is 1984. Read this again. And ask yourself, is Carrie Thornley describing Lee Harvey Oswald, or is Carrie Thornley describing Carrie Thornley? Because none of it makes sense. Unless... all very strange. Yeah, dun dun dun.
Bum bum bum.
Are you confused? You should be. Is your mind perplexed? Are you wrapped up in ribbons and you don't know which way to go? You should be. Should be. There's a little something that I have held back about our friend Carrie Thornley that you should know about. You see, Carrie Wendell Thornley created a pseudo-religion called Discordianism. An absurdist non-religion based on chaos. And this is all in the 50s, mind you. This is before the Kennedy assassination and all of his knowing Oswald and the Marines and writing a book and following him into New Orleans. Carrie Wendell Thornley creates an absurdist religion, quote unquote, called Discordianism, based on the worship of the Greek god Eris, who in her Roman equivalent is Discordia. Carrie Thornley creates a religion based around chaos, discord, and strife. Are you following? And the symbol of Eris. We're getting real esoteric. You ready? Strap in. We're going on a ride. We're in the last fucking 50 yards, people. Strap in. What's the symbol of Eris? The apple of discord. The golden apple of discord is dropped by Eris, and it starts the Trojan War. In common parlance, the apple of discord is a kernel or crux of an argument or a small matter that could lead to a bigger dispute. What? There's something more to our friend Carrie Thornley than just his tall tales about being involved in the Kennedy assassination, for you see, he was involved in something that he called Operation Mindfuck. Operation Mindfuck is an important practice in the Discordian religion in which all national calamities, assassinations, or conspiracies are publicly attributed to the Bavarian Illuminati, an 18th century secret society in an attempt to sow the culture with paranoia, as well as to highlight the absurdity of conspiracy theories. The concept was developed by Carrie Thornley and Robert Anton Wilson in 1968 and given its name by Wilson in the Illuminatus trilogy. Obfuscation. That's our word for the day, folks. This stream is brought to you by the word obfuscation. Operation Mindfuck. Do you want to know where the practice of attributing every conspiracy to a defunct 18th century Bavarian secret society called the Illuminati came from? Do you want to know where that came from? It came from Operation Mindfuck and Discordianism. Spook of conspiracies yet to come, and we're not even done yet, people. Obfuscation. Attribute everything to the Illuminati. Ooh, where does that come from? Well, it comes from Operation Mindfuck. Something that Carrie Thornley and Robert Anton Wilson carried out in the pages of Playboy magazine, where they wrote articles. Carrie Thornley wrote articles, and Robert Anton Wilson, who was an editor at Playboy, allowed them to get through, where he questioned whether all psyops and all assassinations and all conspiracies lead back to the Bavarian Illuminati. And how does this tie back to JFK? Well, Operation Mindfuck doesn't end there. You see, when Carrie Thornley is subpoenaed by Jim Garrison in relation to being a doppelganger for Lee Harvey Oswald, the Discordians send letters such as these. And I want to read this. This is from the Order of the Peacock Angel, House of Apostles of Eris. Dear Art Kunken, a left-wing journalist, you are probably beginning to wonder what went wrong down in New Orleans. So I thought I'd let you in on the secret. We are the Order of the Peacock Angel, know the answers to all mysteries, but we hardly ever reveal the answers to outsiders, so consider yourself honored. One of our agents has uncovered a man who had intercourse with all 12 members of the jury. This is what he discovered. Each and every one of them was missing a left nipple. You may not grasp the significance of this fact at first, even though it was your paper which performed the signal public service of revealing that Clay Shaw is missing a left nipple. The man who told you that your reporter was trying to hint at something he dared not say outright. But we of the Peacock Angel Order have less fears about these occult matters. The fact is that a missing left nipple is the hereditary sign of the inner ruling clique of the nefarious and infamous Bavarian Illuminati. The super secret ruling clique of the of Zionist theosophist groups who control all international finance and manage wars, revolutions, assassinations, and California weather behind the scenes. You may well gasp. But the truth is even more astounding than I have already revealed. For the Discordian Society, a group of sincere humanists formed in 1958 to seek a final solution. The Bavarian Illuminati problem has itself been infiltrated by the insidious Illuminati. The so-called leader of the Discordian Orthodoxy, Carrie Wendell Thornley, lies dead, shot in that Dallas jail corridor, while the man who is pretending to be Thornley today is none other than Lee Harvey Oswald. The second Thornley, suggested in the hypothesis put forth so brilliantly by Fang the Unwashed and Malaclips the Younger, leaders of the reformed wing of the Discordian movement. There are even more amazing disclosures which cannot be made at this time, but keep listening to Mark Lane and Jim Garrison if you will hear lots of stuff guaranteed to send a shiver down your spine, and every word of it, literal gospel truth. Burn this letter lest it fall into the hands of the CIA, the WCT, or some other front group for the Illuminati. Remember, those paranoids are organized and never stop plotting us. Signed, Mordecai Malignatus, Order of the Peacock Angel, Joe McCarthy Memorial Society, Jim Garrison Chapter, Department of the Division of the Bureau of Missing Left Nipples. Note of skinny big chungus. For we are diving deep into subculture. Shit posting, if you will. Yes, indeed. This stream has been co-opted by shit posting. And the Discordian religion ain't no little thing. For Robert Anton Wilson, as you may know, has written the Illuminatus trilogy. Perhaps you have read it? It is one of the most influential of all Discordian works. Now, Carrie Wendell Thornley and Robert Anton Wilson are both members of Church of the Subgenius. Perhaps you're familiar with that. Oh, interesting. I don't have time to get into the history of that, but this brings them into contact with the likes of Timothy Leary, Ken Kesey, Penn Jillette, and a fellow named Steve Jackson of Steve Jackson Games. Steve Jackson of Steve Jackson Games, who's famous for creating the Illuminati card game in 1995. You know, which had such cards as Epidemic Quarantine, March on Washington, Terrorist Nuke. Whoa, that's a cool picture. Pentagon, Center for Disease Control. Whoa! If you're into the conspiracy subculture, you've seen these before. Discordianism. Oh, bet you didn't know about that, did you? And if you thought, man, a whole group of shit posters making up wild ass conspiracy theories, just shit posting their lives away, man, that sounds like it would fit in with the modern internet. Well, guess what? You would be correct, because Discordians, the movement that Carrie Wendell Thornley started, has thousands of people, followers online. Now, today, thousands. Ain't no little thing. Ain't no little thing. And if you think, man, Spirit, this is all sounding wildly familiar, where have I heard this before? Far right-wing shit posters who do more harm than good. Where have I heard this before? Oh man, just mixing 80% truth with 20% absolute paranoid lunatic bullshit to discredit the other 80%. Where have I heard about this before? I can't put my finger on it, but it just seems like this is all familiar ground that we've been over before recently. Discordianism, chaos, taking something that is true and mixing it with something that's not true to piss in the well and poison the waters of truth, to thereby discredit any investigation into something that might have some relevance. I can't put my finger on where I've heard this before. Classic disinformation, right? I can't put my finger on it, but I feel like there's a connection, and I'm not the only one that sees the connection there.
Taken at face value, at the heart of Q lies an effort to generate distrust. Whether it's a state-sponsored disinformation campaign or something more spontaneous is harder to say. Simplifying it, as most of the media currently does, as a far-right conspiracy that worships Trump and believes his opponents are satanic pedophiles, probably misses the point. I first came across Q last summer. The FT had invited Adam Curtis, the cult BBC documentary maker, to a one-off experimental stage show. He told the story of Operation Mindfuck, which he explained had been devised by two counterculture radicals in the 1960s. Both were practitioners of something called Discordianism, a sort of parody religion centered on the worship of the goddess of chaos, Eris. One of them, Kerry Thornley, wanted to understand how malleable reality really was. He did so by starting a conspiracy of his own in the letters pages of Playboy magazine, anonymously. The letter asked if a single secret society, the Illuminati, was really behind all the political assassinations in the world. Kerry Forney thought this was a crazy idea that nobody would ever believe, except that over time, strange coincidences, often involving the government, kept happening to him. These eventually made him believe his own conspiracy, prompting a huge amount of self-doubt to the point he no longer knew what was real or not. QAnon's origins are remarkably similar. In 2017, the Q team, whoever they may be, made use of the modern equivalent of the Playboy's letters page. It's a message board called 4chan. They used it to bring the world dispatches about this secret dual system. A YouTuber called Defango has since claimed the work was his. He says he created Q as an alternative reality game, mostly for the lols, but also to smoke out bad journalists in the alternative media space. But he also says that in 2018, a man called Thomas Schoenberger wrested control of the game from him. And in a nod to Operation Mindfuck, Defango says he too is no longer sure if he ever controlled the game at all. Nobody knows if what he says is really true. What is becoming clear is that the whole thing has run away with itself. In a world of unlimited data, anyone can take a kernel of suspicion and run with it to confirm their own biases, with a view to amplifying them further. Add to that the easily weaponized nature of social media, from tweets and blogs to YouTube videos, and you can see how a bad actor can generate chaos and friction to sow discontent. Who is pushing the buttons doesn't necessarily matter. What matters are the techniques they are using. Anyone who plays live-action role-playing games known as LARPs will recognize the gaming elements of QAnon.
In 2015, 2016, 2017, there were a lot of what are called LARPs. Live action role playing is what the term means. And it really just means that there's a person pretending to be somebody else. The players knew they weren't real, but it was fun for them to interact with. But what happened on 4chan and 8chan is that individual people would go and LARP all by themselves and create basically a single point of contact for an entire alternate reality game. In 2016, there was FBI Anon and CIA Anon and Meganon and all of these different LARPs that were basically practicing, they were prototyping what QAnon is.
Whoops. Down the rabbit hole we go. Hey! Did you know the Discordians have their own wiki? Yes, they have their own wiki. Do you wanna guess? Y'all wanna guess what the top visited page on the Discordian wiki is? Want to see how deep this goes? Want to go down this rabbit hole? You think you're scared of the CIA? You want to see what the top visited page on the Discordian wiki is? It's a page for a My Little Pony Friendship is Magic character named Discord, who is the spirit of chaos and disharmony. A chimera representing Discord. This is a rabbit hole I don't want to go down. This is deep. This is deep. And do you see why this is the spook of conspiracies yet to come in their time, in my time, in your time, in y'all's time? Discordianism, discord, chaos, disharmony. This is... We are deep down the rabbit hole. But we've identified something very important here. Disinformation, right? Whoa, not just disinformation in Lee Harvey Oswald's time, but disinformation in our time. New hacktivist sect emerges from Anonymous. The dust is barely settled on the recent revelation that the FBI has infiltrated deep into the hacktivist collective Anonymous and turned Sabu, one of its most notorious figures, into an informer. Now the group is reorganizing and has come out fighting with a different look and has a more ethical attitude. Already a new subsect has emerged called the Malicious Security, and this time Malsec says it's going for the win without causing collateral damage. Anonymous has always described itself as a leaderless, decentralized organization, but it appeared to be precisely the opposite of 2011, when a few outspoken and highly skilled hackers with a flair for the dramatic captured the public's attention. They became de facto mouthpieces for the group, creating and collapsing hacking operations with a single tweet. Since those hackers have been arrested, Anonymous has undergone a total makeover. Now it's going back to its roots. Quote, "I don't think Anonymous will go down that cult of personality route again," says one veteran Anon. This collective is returning to its original concept of loosely associated individuals that temporarily unite for a common cause and disband the moment the mission is complete, making them difficult to pin down and even tougher to identify. Quote, "We've learned an important lesson," he says. Now everyone takes so optimistic a view of the aftermath. Disorganization, mistrust, infighting, and the belief that the original chat network is infested with police has caused some predictable tensions within the ranks, and at least one spin-off group has created an independent chat network as an alternative platform for members. Within this network are members of Malsec who are committed to fighting internet censorship without catching innocent people in the crossfire or interrupting free speech with their own message. Quote, "The previous hacker groups were very hypocritical, censoring people in an effort to stop censorship," says Discordian, who is a member of Malsec. "We fight for the people, not against them." This altruistic philosophy is a major departure from the motives of Lulsec, Antisec, and the other aggressive hacker cells. In fact, there is evidence that some Malsec members may have arrived at this ethical stance by learning the hard way as former Lulsec operatives themselves. Malsec has already began to make its mark, although their introductory video manifesto, "Don't worry, we're from the internet," was only released 11th of April. Members say that the group has been hacking a number of sites since mid-February. They have leaked extracted information from a wide variety of places, including 2 banks, a New Jersey Police Department, and a European Commission Eurofound body, and certain Chinese government sites. When Malsec defaced the website of a Cayman Island security company. They left behind suggestions on how to fix the vulnerabilities. Quote, "You can thank us later. Happy face," they wrote. Mannlicher is now expanding its ranks to include Chinese, Romanian, Canadian, and Swedish branches and promises more leaks from these locations in the near future. Whether Mannlicher sticks to its model of ethical hacktivism remains to be seen. This used to be about the lulz after all. This used to be about the lulz after all. Inside Anonymous Civil War. Inside Anonymous' civil war over its fight with ISIS. For about 2 years now, Anonymous has waged its own online war against ISIS. Anonymous affiliated hackers, as well as several splinter groups, have claimed to have taken down countless pro-ISIS Twitter accounts, websites, and even to have gathered crucial intelligence about the terrorist group's operations. No one knows for sure how effective any of these efforts have been, but having hackers who identify as anonymous members try to help police and intelligence agencies has been a shocking sight, considering the group has always cultivated an anti-government image. It's been a shock even for some longtime members of the hacktivist movement who have opposed the idea of helping the authorities. To understand whether this divide has caused a significant chasm within Anonymous, we spoke to a hacker who calls himself Discordian and has been a member of Anonymous since 2010. Discordian didn't mince any words when speaking about how bad the internal conflict has been. "I think you could almost call it a civil war. It's that bad," said Discordian. This is hitting very close to home, and we're getting into stuff that I don't even know where to go with this. It's so look, we've gotten off the mark here. We've gotten into so much information that we have forgotten the true meaning of Conspiracy Christmas. We were here to figure out who killed Kennedy and who Lee Harvey Oswald really was. Have we really forgotten the true meaning of Conspiracy Christmas? Well, please, somebody, please tell me, what's the true meaning of Conspiracy Christmas? Why are we here? Music, please.
John Fitzgerald Kennedy, we got these freaks in here with their legs wide open, people. This is just an instructional video, people, so please do not jack off.
And lo, there were many shepherds in the field watching over their flock. If you've stuck with us, I've made just a short list. Just a short list of all of the major players that we've encountered just this evening. Who shot JFK? That's why we're here. That's the true meaning of Conspiracy Christmas. Who killed JFK? Was it the CIA? Was it the FBI? Was it the military-industrial complex, the anti-Castro Cubans, big Texas oil, the New Age movement, hypnotists, the Teamsters movement, the mob, the Mossad, Operation Paperclip? Oh. I feel like the spooks have been trying to show us the true meaning of conspiracy Christmas. It's something bigger than all of these people, all of these players. What? You never considered that, right? It's something bigger, something that nobody talks about. A faction that's bigger than all of them. Spirit, you've lost your goddamn mind. You're talking about the greatest goddamn propaganda machine on the goddamn face of the earth. Bigger than the CIA, bigger than the Mossad, bigger than the military-industrial complex.
Love of JFK.
If only there was a sign that could point the way and tell me who participated. If only there was a sign. If only there was something to tell me where all of these factions come together in 1963. If I wanted to pull off the greatest act of theater in the whole goddamn world, who would I turn to? If I wanted to cover something up for not a short time, but forever and ever and ever and ever, amen. Who would I come to? I can't make. Who would I go to? Who's somebody that they never talk about when it comes to the Kennedy assassination? And where do all of these powers collide? Who has the power to cover something up forever and ever and ever and ever and ever? Hollywood, when you're terrific, if you're even good, for anyone at all from Shirley Temple to Amy Semple is equally understood. Go out and try your luck, you may be done. Next time on MooseHeaven, lights, camera, assassination only on MooseHeaven. I'm excited. Oh, I'm muted. Hello. I'll try and repeat myself because I was muted. Merry Christmas. What's the true meaning of conspiracy of Christmas? I bet you didn't think of it. Bet you didn't realize it. I bet you didn't think of it before. An unseen hand, an unseen player, if you will. Was it the CIA? Was it the mob? Was it the FBI? Anti-Castro Cubans? Operation Paperclip? The military industrial complex? The State Department? NASA? Where do they all collide? Oh, gee whiz. Where do they all come together? Anyway, I think we have realized the true meaning of Conspiracy Christmas tonight. Thank you! Thank you! Thank you for being here. I've given my sincere, heartfelt thank yous, but I was probably muted. But thank you for joining me in this wild ride where we've realized the true meaning of Conspiracy Christmas. Now, get some sleep. Sweet dreams. Let visions of sugar plums fill your dreams. Until we meet next time, good night. And as always, in the pursuit of truth, trust no one. Good night. Merry Christmas. And may joy fill your hearts and sing along.
Lee Harvey was a friend of mine. I grew up in Dallas in 1962. Lee Harvey moved across the street on Beatniks Avenue. Just a kid. They say he shot the president. I don't think he did. And Lee Harvey was a friend of mine. He used to take me fishing all the time. He used to throw the ball when I was just a kid. They say he shot the president. I don't think he did. I've seen those pictures of him with pamphlets and a gun. The shadows are pointing every which way, but there's only just one sun. Someone take that photo and snuck away and hid. They say he shot the president. I don't think he did. And Lee Harvey was a friend of mine. He used to take me fishing all the time. biggest sleaze in town. He stuck that gun into his ribs and said, "Here's looking at you, kid." Ruby killed Lee Harvey. TV proved he did, and Lee Harvey was a friend of mine. He used to take me fishing all the time. That's right, he did. He used to throw the ball to me when I was just a kid. They say he shot the president. I don't think he did. Thanks for the clap. Let's all have a drink.